Hey, story seekers. Welcome to Proxima What If. Today's gem is titled What If Harry Found Lily Potter's Secret Dark Grimoire and Realized She Was the Real Master of Death. If you find our content valuable, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. Your support inspires us. Now, let the magic of storytelling begin. Chapter 1, The Inheritance of Ashes. The nightmares didn't come anymore, which was somehow worse. Harry lay on the narrow bed in Ron's attic room, staring at the ceiling where a faded Chudley Cannon's poster clung by a single corner of spellotape. Outside, rain drummed against the burrow's crooked windows, steady, patient rain that had been falling since before midnight and showed no signs of stopping. It was the kind of sound that should have lulled him to sleep. It didn't. He'd stopped dreaming about the war 3 months ago. For a while, he'd been grateful. No more green flashes, no more corridors of the Department of Mysteries, no more Cedric's body hitting the ground. But what replaced the nightmares was nothing. Literally nothing. He would close his eyes, and it was as if someone had switched off a light. Darkness, empty and total, and then morning. 8 hours gone like a held breath. He woke feeling like he hadn't rested at all, just ceased to exist for a while and then started again. Ron snored softly in the bed across the room, one arm dangling off the mattress. Harry watched his friend's chest rise and fall with a strange, distant kind of envy. Ron slept like the dead these days. Hermione had told Harry once, in a careful voice, that it was Ron's way of healing, that some people processed grief by sleeping more, that it was perfectly normal. Harry had nodded and said nothing about the fact that he hadn't truly slept in months. He sat up, swung his legs over the side of the bed, and reached for his glasses. The burrow was quiet except for the rain and the occasional creak of wood settling. Downstairs, the clock in the kitchen ticked through its endless rotation, all hands pointed to home now, except the one that still bore Fred's name, which had gone still and pointed nowhere at all. No one talked about the clock. Harry padded down the stairs in bare feet, avoiding the third step from the bottom, which groaned loud enough to wake Molly. He'd memorized the burrow's sounds the way a soldier memorizes terrain, automatically, without deciding to. The kitchen was dark except for the embers in the hearth, and he stood there for a moment, hands in the pockets of his pajama bottoms, feeling the particular kind of aimless that had become his default state. 6 months since the battle. 6 months since Voldemort's body crumpled in the great hall like a puppet with cut strings. 6 months since the world had cracked open and then, somehow, not ended. He should have felt victorious. People kept telling him he should. Ministry officials pumped his hand at every function. Strangers wept when they saw him in Diagon Alley. Last week, a woman in flourish and blots had grabbed his face with both hands and kissed his forehead, right on the scar, sobbing about her son who'd survived because of him. Harry had smiled and been kind and then gone home and sat in the shower for 40 minutes. He poured himself water from the tap, drank it standing at the sink and stared out the window at the dark garden. The gnomes had gotten bold since the battle, no one had the energy to degnome regularly anymore. He could see their silhouettes scuttling between the hedgerows like small, angry potatoes. On the kitchen table, half buried under a copy of the Daily Prophet and one of Hermione's interminable research texts, sat the letter. Thick cream parchment, ministry seal, arrived 2 days ago. He didn't need to read it again. He'd memorized it the way he memorized everything now, automatically, without wanting to. Dear Mr. Potter, we are delighted to formally extend an invitation to the Ministry of Magic's inaugural Reconstruction Gala, to be held on the evening of November 14th at the Ministry Atrium. As the hero of the Second Wizarding War, your presence would be the crowning jewel of the evening. Minister Shacklebolt has personally requested that you deliver the keynote address. Crowning jewel. As if he were a brooch to be pinned on the ministry's chest. There was a second letter beneath it, less ornate but heavier with expectation. From Gawain Robards, head of the Auror office. Mr. Potter, I'll dispense with formalities. You're the most qualified candidate we've seen in a generation, and frankly, morale in the department would benefit enormously from your presence. The position is yours whenever you want it. No newts required, special exemption, authorized by the Wiesengemot. We need you, Harry. Britain needs you. Everyone needed him. Everyone wanted a piece. The hero, the symbol, the boy who lived and lived again. No one asked what Harry wanted. He wasn't sure he knew anymore. He set the glass down, dried his hands on a dish towel, and went back upstairs. He didn't sleep. The morning broke grey and heavy, and the burrow woke in its usual chaotic fashion, Molly's voice rising from the kitchen like a force of nature, the smell of bacon threading up through the floorboards, George's door slamming, he still slammed it, though he no longer emerged laughing, and Ginny's footsteps quick and light on the stairs. Harry dressed and came down to find the kitchen already full. Arthur at the head of the table, reading the Prophet with the particular frown he'd adopted since the war, as if every headline personally offended him. Ron inhaling eggs with mechanical efficiency. Hermione beside him, doing that thing where she ate with one hand and turned pages with the other, her bushy hair forming a curtain between her and the rest of the world. Ginny was at the counter, pouring juice. She glanced at Harry when he entered, a quick, assessing look that held neither warmth nor coldness, just a kind of careful neutrality. They'd tried. After the battle, they'd tried to pick up what they'd put down, and for a few weeks, it had almost worked. But Harry had come back from the forest different in ways neither of them fully understood, and Ginny, fierce, bright, impatient Ginny, had eventually looked at him across a dinner table and said, "You're not here, Harry. You're sitting right across from me, and you're not here." She'd been right. They'd ended it without rancor, which almost made it worse. He'd have preferred a fight. Fights, at least, meant someone still cared enough to yell. "Morning," he said, sliding into his usual seat. "Morning, dear." Molly set a plate in front of him, eggs, bacon, toast, enough food for 3 people. She always gave him too much. It was her way of trying to fill something she could sense was empty. "You look peaky. Did you sleep?" Like a log, Harry lied. He'd become an excellent liar. Not about important things, he'd never developed a talent for real deception, but about the small, daily untruths that kept people from worrying. "Yes, I slept well." "No, I'm not having nightmares." "Yes, I'm thinking about the Auror position." "No, I don't still reach for my wand every time I hear a loud noise." Ron looked up from his plate, studied Harry for a moment, and then did what Ron always did these days, chose not to push. "Cannons lost again yesterday. 18-370. New record for futility. Didn't know they were playing." "They barely were." Ron shook his head mournfully. "Keeper let in 14 goals in the first 20 minutes. I could do better, and I've been retired for 6 months." "You were never professional, Ron," Hermione said without looking up from her book. "Details." This was the rhythm now. Easy, familiar, safe. Harry let it wash over him, ate enough toast to satisfy Molly's watchful eye, and was considering the logistics of escaping to the garden when the fireplace roared green and a face appeared in the flames. It was a goblin. Every person in the kitchen went still. Goblins didn't flucall. Goblins sent letters, formal, curt, and typically threatening legal action. A goblin voluntarily sticking its face into a wizard's fire was roughly as unusual as a dragon requesting afternoon tea. The goblin's face was thin and sharp, its eyes dark as wet stone. It scanned the kitchen with an expression of deep distaste, at the clutter, the mismatched chairs, the general Weasleyness of everything, before its gaze locked onto Harry. "Mr. Potter." "Yes." Harry was already on his feet, wand in hand. He hadn't consciously drawn it. The table had gone silent. "I am Ragnarok the Younger, Senior Vault Executor at Gringotts Wizarding Bank." The goblin paused, as if expecting the name to impress. When it didn't, his lip curled. "You have an outstanding matter with us." "I wasn't aware of any outstanding matters." "Then I suggest you become aware, Mr. Potter." The inner chamber of Potter Vault 712 has been active. For the past several weeks, it has been generating magical disturbances that are interfering with adjacent vaults. Our structural warders have been unable to determine the cause. As the vault holder, you are legally required to inspect and address the disturbance. Harry stared. Active? What do you mean, active? I mean what I said, Mr. Potter. The inner chamber is behaving in a manner inconsistent with an inanimate storage space. Ragnar's expression suggested he found the entire conversation beneath him. Your presence is required at your earliest convenience, which is to say, today. Before my vaults suffer further damage. Good morning. The flames died. The kitchen was silent for a long moment. Well, Arthur said carefully, folding his prophet. That's new. Inner chamber. Harry looked at Ron, then Hermione. I didn't know the vault had an inner chamber. Most old family vaults do, Hermione said, closing her book with the decisive snap that meant her brain had shifted into research mode. The Potters were an ancient family, Harry. Your vault at Gringotts, the one you've been using since you were 11, that's essentially a trust fund your parents set up. Vault 712 would be the main family vault. It would have been sealed when your parents died and could only be accessed by a blood heir of majority age. I turned 17 over a year ago. Why didn't anyone mention this? Goblins don't volunteer information, Arthur said. If you didn't ask, they wouldn't tell. And you've had other things on your mind. That was one way to put it. Harry had been too busy dying and coming back and killing Dark Lords and then sitting in a hollowed-out exhaustion for 6 months to think about bank vaults. The inner chamber is doing what, exactly? Only one way to find out, Ron said, already pushing back from the table. Fancy a trip to Diagon Alley? Ron, you can't just invite yourself to someone's private banking, Hermione began. He's my best mate. And I'm not letting him walk into Gringotts alone, not after last time. Ron's jaw had set in a stubborn way that meant he wasn't arguing, he was informing. We did break in on a dragon. They might still be sore about that. Harry almost smiled. It was the closest he'd come in weeks. All right. Let's go. Diagon Alley had healed faster than Hogwarts. The shops that had been shuttered or burned during the Death Eater occupation were open again, their facades scrubbed and repainted in colors almost aggressive in their cheerfulness, canary yellow, robin's egg blue, the kind of bright that said we're fine, everything's fine, please shop here. Florian Fortescue's had reopened under new management, the sign freshly gilded. Harry looked away from it. Florian was dead, and no amount of gold leaf changed that. The crowds were the problem. They always were. Harry had his collar up and his head down, but it didn't matter, he'd been recognized before they were 10 steps past the leaky cauldron. Whispers rippled outward like stones dropped in a pond. Is that, Harry Potter, my God, it's him, a hand reached for his arm. He sidestepped without thinking, the way he sidestepped curses, the way he moved through crowds now, always aware of every person within arm's reach, always calculating exit routes and sight lines. A middle-aged wizard with tears in his eyes called out, "Thank you, Mr. Potter. Thank you for everything." Harry raised a hand in acknowledgement without slowing down. He'd learned that stopping was death, not literally, not anymore, but socially. Stop once, and the crowd congealed around him like cement. Ron walked on his right, Hermione on his left, both of them experienced enough now to act as informal bodyguards, steering him through the thickest knots of people. Getting worse, Ron muttered. It's not getting worse, it's getting different, Hermione corrected. The immediate post-war gratitude is transitioning into a kind of cultural mythology. People aren't just thanking Harry anymore, they're seeking proximity to what he represents. Thanks, Hermione. That's much less creepy. Gringotts loomed ahead, its white marble facade still scarred from the dragon's exit. Harry could see where the repairs had been made, the new stone was slightly whiter than the old, like a healed wound that never quite matched the surrounding skin. The goblins had been furious about the break-in, and Harry's restitution payments had been considerable. But gold had purchased a grudging tolerance, if not forgiveness. The guards at the door watched him with flat, hostile eyes. Harry met their gaze without flinching, not out of bravado, but because he'd faced worse and they knew it and he knew they knew it. That was the strange currency of the post-war world. Everyone was constantly calculating who had survived what and what that survival entitled them to. Inside, the marble hall echoed with the scratch of quills and the clink of coins. Ragnar the Younger was waiting at a desk near the far wall, looking as if Harry's arrival was both expected and deeply inconvenient. "Mr. Potter. You brought companions." "I did." Ragnar's gaze flicked to Ron and Hermione, lingered with particular malice on Ron, who, to his credit, only flushed slightly, and then returned to Harry. "The inner chamber will only admit the vault holder. Your associates may wait in the upper gallery." "They can come to the vault," Harry said. "They wait outside the chamber." Ragnar looked like he wanted to argue. Then he looked at Harry's face, really looked, the way goblins sometimes did, reading something in a person's bearing that went beyond mere appearance, and nodded curtly. "Follow me." The cart ride down was as nauseating as Harry remembered. The tracks plunged into darkness, corkscrewing through stone that grew older and rougher the deeper they went. Ron gripped the cart's edge with white knuckles and kept his eyes shut. Hermione had her wand out, casting a subtle cushioning charm on herself that Harry pretended not to notice. They passed the level where Harry's trust vault sat. Past the level where the Lestrange vault had been, now sealed and dark, its contents confiscated by the Ministry. Kept descending. The air grew colder, damper, thick with the kind of silence that accumulated in places where time had settled like sediment. "How deep is this?" Ron asked, his voice strained. "Deep," Ragnar said, and offered nothing more. When the cart finally stopped, they were in a corridor Harry had never seen, narrow, rough-hewn, lit by torches that burned with a pale blue flame that gave no warmth. The walls were carved with runes that Harry didn't recognize, and the stone itself seemed to hum with a low, almost subsonic vibration, like standing too close to a massive engine. "Vault 712, Ragnar announced, gesturing to a door at the corridor's end. Unlike the polished bronze doors of the upper vaults, this one was iron, black, ancient, and carved with symbols that made Harry's eyes ache if he looked at them too long. "The door responds to blood and magical signature. Place your hand on the lock." Harry approached the door. The humming was louder here, and he realized it wasn't coming from the walls, it was coming from beyond the door. Something in the vault was vibrating at a frequency he could feel in his teeth. He pressed his palm flat against the iron lock. The metal was warm. That was wrong, everything else down here was cold. The warmth spread from his palm up his wrist, and the door's runes blazed white for a moment before the iron split silently down the middle and swung inward. The Potter family vault was not what he'd expected. His trust vault had been a modest cavern of gold coins, impressive to an 11-year-old, unremarkable by wizarding standards. This was something else entirely. The chamber beyond the door was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow, and it was organized, not the haphazard pile of treasure he'd seen in the Lestrange vault, but rows and shelves and cases, everything arranged with the kind of meticulous care that suggested generations of potters who gave a damn about order. There was gold, yes, mountains of galleons stacked in neat columns against the far wall. But most of the space was given over to other things. Shelves of books, their spines cracked and faded. Racks of weapons, swords, staves, a set of throwing knives that gleamed with enchantment. Boxes of jewelry, each piece humming with its own distinct magical signature. Portraits lining the walls, their subjects asleep or absent, frames dark with age. Bloody hell, Ron breathed from the doorway. Harry barely heard him. He was looking at the far wall, where the humming was loudest. Between two towering shelves of books, set into the raw stone of the vault's back wall, there was a second door. It shouldn't have been there. Harry could feel that instinctively, the vault's architecture didn't account for it. The walls were solid stone, there was nowhere for a second chamber to exist. And yet there it was, a flat slab of granite, unadorned except for a single rune carved at its center. Harry didn't recognize the rune. But he felt it. The moment his eyes focused on it, something in his chest responded, a pull, gentle but insistent, like a hand tugging at his sleeve. "That's the disturbance," Ragnarok said from behind him, his voice tight. "The secondary chamber has been generating increasing magical resonance for the past 23 days. It is interfering with the containment wards of 6 adjacent vaults. 2 of our warders reported headaches and disorientation after attempting to diagnose the problem. Whatever is behind that door, Mr. Potter, it wants out." "It wants him," Hermione said quietly. She was staring at the rune with an expression Harry recognized, the one she wore when she encountered something that didn't fit her understanding of how the world worked. "Harry, that rune, I've never seen it in any standard magical lexicon. But the way it's responding to your proximity, it's keyed to you specifically. Can you open it?" Harry asked Ragnarok. "We cannot. We have tried. 7 warders, 2 cursebreakers, and a master artificer. The door does not acknowledge goblin magic. The admission clearly cost Ragnarok something. It will only respond to you, Mr. Potter. And I would very much like it to stop shaking my vaults." Harry walked toward the door. The pull grew stronger with each step, not unpleasant, not threatening, just insistent. Like someone calling his name from the next room. Behind him, he heard Hermione's sharp intake of breath and Ron's murmured, "Careful, mate." He reached the door and raised his hand. The rune blazed. Not white, not gold, green. The exact shade of Lily Potter's eyes. The exact shade of Harry's own. The light pulsed once, twice, 3 times, in a rhythm that Harry realized, with a jolt that went through him like lightning, matched his heartbeat. No. Not his heartbeat. His mother's. He knew it with a certainty that defied logic, knew it the way he knew the sound of her voice screaming in his worst memories, the way he knew the color of the light that had killed her. This was hers. He pressed his palm flat against the rune. Something read him. Not his blood, not his magical signature, something deeper. He felt it rifling through him like fingers through pages, searching for something specific. It found the place in him where the killing curse had struck in the forest, the place where he had died and returned, and it recognized that place, and the door opened. The chamber beyond was small. Tiny, really, barely bigger than a closet. The walls were bare stone, the floor was bare stone, and there was no light source, but the room was illuminated anyway by a soft, sourceless glow that seemed to emanate from the air itself. There was a desk. Simple, wooden, scarred with use. A single chair. And on the desk, a book. Harry's breath caught. The book was bound in leather so dark it was almost black, its cover unmarked except for a small symbol pressed into the lower right corner, the same rune that had been carved on the door. It was thick, perhaps 300 pages, and it sat on the desk as if someone had just put it down moments ago. A quill lay beside it, its tip still faintly stained with ink. He knew whose handwriting he would find inside before he opened it. He knew the way you know things in dreams, without evidence, without reason, with absolute and terrifying certainty. Harry picked up the book. The leather was warm under his fingers, warmer than the door had been, warm the way skin is warm. He opened it to the first page. The inscription was written in emerald green ink, in a hand that was neat and small and slightly slanted to the right, the handwriting of someone who thought faster than they could write and was always slightly impatient with the lag between mind and pen. "For Harry, when you're ready." Harry's vision blurred. He blinked hard, twice, and the words came back into focus. Beneath the inscription, in the same hand but smaller, almost an afterthought, "If you're reading this, then you've died and come back, which means I was right about everything and also that the worst has happened. I'm sorry for both. Turn the page when you're ready." Take your time. I've waited this long. He turned the page. Right. Where to start? My name is Lily Evans Potter, and by the time you read this, I will have been dead for quite some time. I'm writing this on September 2nd, 1981, you're 14 months old, asleep in the next room, and your father is downstairs trying to teach Sirius to cook, which is going about as well as you'd expect. The smoke alarm has gone off twice. I need to tell you something, Harry, and I need you to believe me even though it's going to sound mad. Everything you think you know about me is wrong. Not the important things. I love you more than magic itself, more than breath, more than the life I'm about to give up. That's all true. But the version of me you've been told about, clever muggle-born, talented at charms, died protecting her baby, that's only the surface. Here's the truth, I have been, for the past 6 years, a practitioner of a magical tradition so old it predates Hogwarts, predates the Ministry, predates everything your world considers the foundation of magical knowledge. It is called threshold walking, and it is the magic of the boundary between the living and the dead. I know. Mad. But you've died and come back, which means you already know that boundary exists. You've stood on it. You've crossed it. And now you need to understand it, because something is coming, something I discovered 4 years ago, something that makes Voldemort look like a child throwing a tantrum, and you're the only one who can stop it. I'm going to teach you everything I know. It's going to take a while. Start reading, and don't skip ahead. And for God's sake, eat something first. You've always been too thin. Harry laughed. It came out of him like a cough, sudden, involuntary, almost painful. He was standing in a hidden chamber beneath Gringotts, holding a book written by his dead mother, and he was laughing because she'd told him to eat something. He read on. He couldn't have stopped if he'd wanted to. The next pages were dense, not with spells or incantations, but with history. Lily's voice was vivid, almost conversational, as if she were sitting across from him rather than writing from 17 years in the past. She described how she'd found the tradition, a book in the Hogwarts restricted section that hadn't been there the day before and wasn't there the day after. A book that appeared to her, specifically, because she had what she called the aptitude. I don't fully understand what the aptitude is. Near as I can tell, it's something to do with having a natural sensitivity to the boundary, being able to feel the edge where life ends and whatever comes next begins. Most people can't feel it at all. A few can sense it dimly, the way you might sense a wall in a dark room. And a very small number, 1 per generation, maybe fewer, can perceive it clearly enough to interact with it. I was one. You are too, Harry. I knew it from the moment you were born. The healers didn't notice, but I did. For a split second after your first breath, the boundary shimmered around you like a halo. Like it was welcoming you. That's when I knew what I had to do. Harry didn't know how long he stood there reading. The chamber had no windows, no clock, no sense of time passing. He was dimly aware of Ron calling his name from the vault's main room, twice, then 3 times, then silence, probably Hermione telling him to leave Harry alone. He read until his eyes ached and his fingers were stiff from gripping the book's spine, and then he read more. The Grimoire's first section was all context. Lily laid out the history of threshold walking in broad strokes, how the tradition had existed for millennia, passed from practitioner to practitioner through texts that seemed to have a will of their own, appearing to the right person at the right time. How there had always been a figure called the Master of Death, though the title was misleading. The Master of Death is not what it sounds like. You don't master death the way you master transfiguration, through study and practice and control. You master it the way you master a language, by immersing yourself in it until it becomes part of how you think. The Master of Death is someone who understands the boundary between the living and the dead so completely that they can maintain it, repair it, and, when necessary, defend it. Defend it from what? Good question. Turn the page. He turned the page and found a single word, written larger than anything else in the grimoire, underlined twice, them. Beneath it, they call themselves the Pale Court, though that's a translation of something that doesn't have a human name. They exist in the space between, not alive, not dead, not ghosts, not anything your textbooks have a category for. They are what happens when the boundary weakens and things accumulate. Think of them as mold growing in the cracks of a wall. Individually, they're not much. But collectively, led by something that was once human and is now very much not, they are the most dangerous force I have ever encountered. And they want the wall to come down. I'm not being metaphorical. The boundary between life and death is not abstract, it's a real, structural feature of magical reality. It can weaken. It can be damaged. And if it fails entirely, the two sides collapse into each other. The living world and whatever exists beyond death merge into a single state. No more dying. No more living. Just existence. Flat, endless, undifferentiated existence. It sounds almost peaceful when I write it like that. It's not. I've seen what the merged state looks like, Harry. I've looked through the cracks. It is the end of everything that makes life worth living. Choice, change, growth, love, all of it depends on the fact that life has an ending. Take away death, and you take away meaning. The Pale Court doesn't see it that way, of course. Their leader, I'll tell you about him later, when I've worked up the nerve, believes he's saving the world. That's what makes him so dangerous. He's not a madman. He's a missionary. Harry's hands were shaking. He realized this distantly, the way you notice rain when you're already soaked. He kept reading. The Grimoire's second section shifted from history to practice. Lily's tone changed, less conversational, more precise, the voice of a teacher who wanted to make absolutely sure her student understood. The first thing you need to learn is perception. Not magical perception, you already have that, any competent wizard does. I mean boundary perception. The ability to see the threshold between living and dead. It's everywhere, Harry. It's in every room, every street, every field. It's in the space between one heartbeat and the next. Most people walk through it their entire lives without ever knowing it's there. You've already touched it. When you died in the forest, and yes, I know about that, the grimoire is connected to you in ways I'll explain later. I've been watching, as much as I can. You stood on the boundary. You spoke to Dumbledore. You chose to come back. That experience cracked the door open. This exercise will push it wide. It's simple. Dangerously simple. Close your eyes. Breathe. And then stop breathing, not physically, not hold your breath. Stop the breath of your magic. Every witch and wizard has a magical rhythm, like a heartbeat. Find yours, and pause it. Just for a second. In that pause, you'll see. Fair warning, what you see might frighten you. Don't let it. Fear is natural. The boundary is strange and vast and it makes humans feel very, very small. That's okay. You're allowed to feel small. You're not allowed to look away. Harry closed the grimoire. He stood in a small stone chamber, alone with the desk and the chair and the sourceless light, and he breathed. In and out. In and out. Then he closed his eyes. Finding his magical rhythm was easier than he'd expected, or maybe it wasn't magic at all. It was something he'd always felt, a pulse beneath the pulse, a tide beneath the tide. He'd assumed it was just the background hum of being a wizard. Now he isolated it, felt it clearly for the first time, a steady, warm throb, like a second heart beating just behind his sternum. He paused it. The world shifted. It wasn't visual, not exactly. His eyes were closed, and he wasn't seeing in the traditional sense. But he was perceiving, and what he perceived made his breath catch and his knees buckle. The boundary was everywhere. Lily had been right, it was in the room, in the walls, in the air, woven through reality like thread through fabric. It was gossamer thin and faintly luminous, a membrane of pale silver gold light that separated here from there. And through it, Dimly, like shapes seen through frosted glass, he could see the other side. Not clearly. Not in detail. Just impressions, vast spaces, formless and still, and the sense of things moving in those spaces. Not threatening, not yet, just present. Aware. And then he felt it, something pressing against the membrane from the other side. Gentle at first, then firmer. Testing. Probing. The way you might press your hand against a window to feel if it would give. The membrane rippled under the pressure, and Harry saw, with a clarity that made his stomach drop, that it was thinner than it should be. Not uniformly, the thinness was concentrated in spots, like worn patches in old cloth. The largest thin spot was directly beneath him, deep in the bedrock of Gringotts, ancient and widening slowly. He opened his eyes. Gasped. The perception faded, but not entirely. At the edges of his vision, if he let his focus soften, he could still see it. The shimmer. The membrane. The boundary between the world of the living and whatever lay beyond. His nose was bleeding. A single crimson drop hit the grimoire's open page and vanished, absorbed into the parchment as if the book had drunk it. He wiped his nose with the back of his hand and stared at the grimoire. Harry. Ron's voice, closer now, tinged with the specific worry that Ron reserved for situations where Harry had been quiet for too long. Mate, you've been in there for 2 hours. Hermione's pacing. You know how she gets. 2 hours. It had felt like minutes. Harry picked up the grimoire, tucked it inside his jacket, and stepped out of the chamber. The door swung shut behind him, the room going dark. Ron and Hermione were standing in the main vault, Ron leaning against a shelf of ancient books with his arms crossed, Hermione exactly as Ron had described, pacing a tight line between a rack of swords and a display case of rings. They both looked at him, and he watched their expressions change, Hermione's from worry to sharp attention, Ron's from relief to something warier. What? Harry asked. Your eyes, Hermione said softly. What about them? They're brighter. Greener. She took a step toward him, then stopped. Harry, what was in there? He looked at his two best friends, the people who had walked into hell with him and walked out again, the people who had earned the right to know anything and everything. And for the first time, he hesitated. Not because he didn't trust them. Because he didn't yet have the words. A book, he said. My mum wrote it. Ron's eyebrows rose. Your mum? What kind of book? Harry thought about the boundary he'd just seen. The things pressing against it. The magnitude of what Lily had described. The kind you read very carefully, he said. Come on. Let's go home. I need to think. Ragnarok was waiting at the cart, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with an expression that was no longer merely irritated. It was calculating. The disturbance, the goblin asked. Handled. It won't bother your vaults anymore. Ragnarok studied him a moment longer, then nodded and said nothing more. The ride back to the surface was silent. Harry kept one hand on the grimoire inside his jacket, feeling its warmth against his ribs. Beneath him, far below, in the deep places beneath Gringotts, he could still feel the thin spot in the boundary. Pulsing. Waiting. Something was pressing against the other side. They returned to the burrow in the late afternoon. Harry excused himself immediately, claimed exhaustion, which wasn't entirely a lie, and retreated to Ron's room. He sat on the bed, drew the curtains with a flick of his wand, cast a muffliato for good measure, and opened the grimoire. He read through dinner. Hermione knocked once, and he told her he was fine. Ron brought up a sandwich, left it outside the door, and didn't knock at all, which Harry appreciated more than he could say. He ate the sandwich one-handed, turning pages with the other. Lily's grimoire was structured like a curriculum, but it read like a confession. Between the lessons and the history and the precise magical instructions, her personality bled through, sharp humor, fierce intelligence, and a bone-deep pragmatism that Harry recognized because he'd inherited it. On the subject of the Deathly Hallows, the Hallows are real, in the sense that the Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Invisibility Cloak all exist and all have unusual properties. But the story of the three brothers is a fairy tale wrapped around a truth, the way you might wrap a napkin around a knife to keep a child from cutting themselves. The truth, the Hallows are fragments. Splinters of something that was once whole. Thousands of years ago, there was a single artifact, not a wand or a stone or a cloak, but a kind of key. A key to the boundary. The Master of Death used it to maintain and repair the membrane between worlds. At some point, I haven't been able to determine when or why, the key was broken into 3 pieces, and each piece retained a fraction of the original's power. The wand commands death's force. The stone summons death's echoes. The cloak hides from death's gaze. Together, the fairy tale says, they make one the master of death. And that's almost right. Collecting all 3 does resonate with the boundary, it creates a kind of harmonic frequency that the membrane recognizes. But it's not enough. Possessing the Hallows is like holding the shards of a broken mirror, you can see fragments of your reflection, but you can't see the whole picture. The real mastery doesn't come from objects. It comes from understanding. And understanding comes from walking the threshold, from standing on the boundary so often and so honestly that it becomes part of you. I've been walking it for 6 years, Harry. And I've almost made it across. On the subject of Severus Snape, yes, I know. I know what you're thinking. No, I'm not going to discuss it in detail, it's not relevant to what I need to teach you, and honestly, the situation was more complicated than anyone ever understood. I'll say this, Severus was brilliant and broken and he loved me in a way that I couldn't return, and that inability to let go is what ultimately destroyed him. He was the person who first showed me the magical world, and for that I will always be grateful. But he chose darkness because it was easier than growing, and that is a lesson you should carry with you. Also, if he's still alive and being awful to you, I'm sorry. He was never going to be kind. It wasn't in him. But he would die for you, Harry, and he probably did. That doesn't make him good. It makes him human. Harry read that passage 3 times. Then he moved on. On the subject of her own death, by the time you read this, I'll have done what I've been planning for the past 2 years. I don't know yet exactly when or how, Voldemort's movements are unpredictable, and there are too many variables, but I know the shape of it. I will die protecting you, and in dying, I will complete a ritual that I have been preparing since before you were born. Here's what the ritual does, it takes the mantle of the Master of Death, the understanding, the connection to the boundary, the ability to walk the threshold, and it embeds it in your soul. Not activated. Dormant. Waiting for the catalyst that will bring it to life. The catalyst is death and return. You have to die, Harry. And you have to come back. When you do, the mantle will ignite, and you will begin to perceive the boundary the way I do. The Grimoire will teach you the rest. I am so sorry. I am so sorry that this is the inheritance I'm leaving you. I wanted to leave you a world without fear, a childhood full of love, a life free from the weight of destiny. Instead, I'm leaving you a war that hasn't started yet and the tools to fight it. But I'm also leaving you this, the knowledge that your mother was not helpless. That she was not a victim. That she walked into death with her eyes open and her power at its peak, and she chose, to make her death mean something more than grief. I was the Master of Death, Harry. And now you will be. Don't be afraid. You were born for this. Harry closed the grimoire. The room was dark, he hadn't noticed the sun setting. His sandwich was gone and he didn't remember finishing it. The muffliato had faded, and he could hear the distant sounds of the burrow settling into its nighttime rhythms, Molly washing dishes, Arthur's wireless playing softly, George's door closing with a quiet click instead of a slam. He sat in the darkness and felt the shape of his world rearranging. Everything he believed about his mother, gentle Lily, brave Lily, Lily who died on love alone, was true. But it was incomplete. Like seeing one face of a diamond and thinking you understood the whole stone. She hadn't stumbled into sacrifice. She'd engineered it. Years of preparation, years of study, years of walking a boundary that no one else could see, all leading to a single moment in a nursery in Godric's Hollow when she stood between her son and a monster and poured everything she was into a ritual that would echo across 17 years. Harry's eyes burned. Not with tears, with something else. Something that felt like the green light of the rune on the vault door, something that felt like the shimmer of the boundary he'd seen in the chamber, something that felt like waking up. He waited until the house was asleep. Midnight, then 1 o'clock, the rain finally stopping, the clouds breaking apart to reveal a sky thick with stars. He took the grimoire, wrapped his invisibility cloak around his shoulders, and slipped out the back door. The burrow's garden was silver in the starlight. Harry walked past the gnome-infested hedgerows, past the shed where Arthur kept his Muggle artifacts, past the pond where the twins, where George and Fred had once held illegal Grindylow races. He found a clear spot on the hillside where the grass was dry beneath a spreading oak, and he sat. He opened the grimoire to the section on perception and read Lily's instructions again. Close your eyes. Breathe. Stop the breath of your magic. In that pause, you'll see. The first time will be disorienting. The second time will be clearer. By the 10th time, you'll start to feel the boundary not just as something you can see, but as something you can touch. When you can touch it, you can work with it. And when you can work with it, everything changes. Harry closed his eyes. Found the rhythm, the pulse beneath the pulse, and paused it. The boundary blazed into perception. It was clearer here, outside, under the open sky. The membrane stretched in every direction, infinitely thin and infinitely vast, shimmering like heat haze over summer tarmac. Harry could see the other side more clearly than he had in the vault, not shapes, not details, but a sense of depth. The space beyond the boundary was enormous, perhaps infinite, and it was not empty. Things moved there. Slowly, patiently, the way deep-sea creatures move in the abyssal dark. Most of them were distant, barely perceptible. But some were closer, pressed up against the membrane, sensing his perception the way a shark senses blood in the water. Harry didn't flinch. He examined the boundary with the careful attention Lily had instructed, noting its texture, smooth, but not uniform. It had variations, ripples, thin spots and thick spots, like handmade glass, its feel, warm on the living side, cold on the other, and its response to his attention. It noticed him watching. The membrane seemed to lean into his perception, like a cat pressing against a hand. He extended his awareness further. The thin spot beneath Gringotts was still there, far to the south and east, pulsing steadily. But there were others. He could feel them scattered across the landscape like holes in a net, some ancient and stable, some newer and growing. One was very close. Very old. Very thin. The burrow itself. The land the Weasleys had built their home on was a thin spot. Harry opened his eyes. The perception dimmed but didn't vanish. He looked at the burrow, its silhouette crooked and warm against the sky, and saw, faintly, like an afterimage, the shimmer of the boundary around it. Thinner here than anywhere he'd seen, except Gringotts. The Weasleys had built their home on a place where death pressed close. No wonder it had felt so alive. His nose was bleeding again. He wiped it on his sleeve and sat for a moment, letting his heartbeat slow, letting the ordinary world reassert itself. The grass was wet. The stars were bright. An owl hooted somewhere in the distance, and a gnome swore at something in the hedge. Then he heard it. Not with his ears, with the part of him that had just learned to perceive the boundary. A voice, faint as a radio caught between stations, warped and stretched by the membrane it was traveling through, but unmistakable. Good. Harry went very still. You found it. The voice was warm. It was his mother's voice, not the scream he heard in his worst memories, not the echo the resurrection stone had briefly conjured. This was different. This was Lily talking the way she talked in the grimoire, direct, a little wry, full of the fierce love that Harry had spent 17 years not knowing he'd missed. Now pay attention, because we don't have much time. Mum. His own voice came out cracked. He cleared his throat. Mum, is that you? A pause. The membrane rippled. The voice came again, stronger by a fraction. It's me. Or what's left of me. I'll explain later. The grimoire has a section on echoes, read it before you start worrying that I'm a ghost. I'm not. I'm something else. Something I chose to be. Harry gripped the grimoire so hard his knuckles turned white. 1,000 questions avalanched through his mind, each one tripping over the next. He opened his mouth and what came out was, the grimoire says I'm too thin. Lily's laugh came through the boundary like sunlight through water, diffused, softened, but unmistakably bright. You are too thin. I can see you, love. You look like your father with my coloring and neither of our eating habits. Harry pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes. He would not cry. He would absolutely not cry. He was sitting on a hillside at 1 a.m. talking to his dead mother through the membrane between life and death, and he would not cry. He cried. Not much. Not for long. But enough. The tears ran hot down his cheeks and he let them fall, and in the silence, he felt the boundary shimmer with something that might have been tenderness. I know, Lily said softly. I know, sweetheart. I'm sorry. For all of it. Don't apologize, Harry said roughly, wiping his face. You saved my life. You gave me everything. I gave you a burden. The biggest one I could find. A pause. But I also gave you the tools to carry it. You've read the first sections. Yes. Good. The Pale Court. The Sovereign. The Boundary. The boundary is weakening. I can see it, the thin spots. Yes. It's been weakening for years. Since the last master died, 1945, Grindelwald's defeat, that's not a coincidence, by the way, the boundary has been unguarded. I held it together as long as I could. When I died, I used the ritual to make my soul part of the membrane itself. I've been the lock on the door for 17 years, Harry. Harry absorbed this. His mother's soul, woven into the boundary between life and death, holding the membrane together through sheer force of will for nearly 2 decades. And it's not enough. No. It hasn't been enough for a while. The Sovereign, his name was Ethon, once, a very long time ago, he's been pressing against me since the moment I took up the position. Grinding away. Testing. I've held, but I'm cracking, Harry. The thinning is coming. The thinning? A celestial alignment. It happens every few centuries, the boundary naturally reaches its thinnest point. Under normal conditions, with a master of death maintaining things, it would be manageable. A few more ghosts, a bit of strangeness, nothing dangerous. But the boundary isn't under normal conditions. It's been unguarded for 50 years and patched together by a dead woman's stubbornness for 17. When the thinning hits, the boundary fails. The boundary fails. The Pale Court comes through. The Sovereign gets what he's wanted for 2,000 years. And the world of the living ceases to exist in any recognizable form. Harry sat with this for a long moment. The stars turned slowly overhead. The gnomes rustled in the hedgerow. When? 8 weeks. Give or take a few days. 8 weeks. Right, Harry said. He was aware, in a distant and slightly hysterical way, that he was responding to the potential end of the world with the same tone he'd used to respond to unexpected Quidditch schedule changes. What do I need to do? Learn. The grimoire has everything you need. Read it, practice it, master it. You're already further along than you think, the fact that you can hear me after one attempt at perception tells me the mantle is activating faster than I expected. You're a natural, Harry. Better than me. I doubt that. Doubt it all you want. It's true. You have your father's instinct and my aptitude, and you've already died once, which gives you a head start no other master has ever had. Another question surged forward, and this one he couldn't suppress. Did Dad know about any of this? The pause was longer this time. The boundary rippled with something that felt like sorrow. Some of it. Not all. James knew I was researching something dangerous. He knew it was related to ancient magic. I told him enough to keep him from worrying too much and not enough to put him in danger. A beat. He would have followed me into the boundary if I'd let him. That's the kind of man he was. I didn't let him. I needed him alive, for you. Harry nodded, even though she couldn't see it. Or could she? She'd said she could see him. What else do I need to know? Right now, tonight. 3 things. 1. The grimoire is protected. No one can read it but you. It will appear blank to anyone else unless you specifically grant them access. Be very careful who you show it to. Understood. 2. The magic you're going to learn doesn't look like normal magic. It doesn't use wand movements or incantations in any standard sense. The Ministry will classify it as dark without hesitation. Some of it would make even Dumbledore uncomfortable. It's not dark, it's not anything the Ministry has a category for, but they won't see it that way. I'm used to the Ministry not understanding things. 3. Another pause, longer still. The boundary trembled. 3. There is a woman. An unspeakable. She's been studying the veil in the Department of Mysteries for 15 years. She knows the boundary exists, not the way I know it, not the way you will, but she's closer than anyone else in the magical world. She's been looking for the grimoire. For a long time. Is she dangerous? Yes. Not because she's evil, she's not. She's grieving. Her brother walked through the veil when she was 20, and she's been trying to get him back ever since. Grief makes people do terrible things, Harry. You know that better than most. What's her name? Ilara Voss. And she's already looking for you. She felt the boundary shift when you activated the perception for the first time in the vault. She's good, Harry. Very good. Be careful with her. Mom, I need to go. Holding this connection is expensive. For both of us. Read the grimoire. Practice. Get stronger. I'll be here when you need me. Mom, wait, but the voice was fading, the boundary settling back into its shimmer, and Harry was alone on the hillside with the grimoire in his lap and the stars wheeling overhead and the knowledge that everything, was about to change. He sat there until dawn. Not reading, not practicing, just sitting. Feeling the weight of the grimoire in his hands. Feeling the boundary at the edges of his perception, gossamer thin and impossibly vast. Feeling, for the first time in 6 months, something other than the hollow ache of purposelessness. Not happiness. Not yet. But direction. The sense that there was something to move toward, something that required everything he had, something that mattered. Something worth getting out of bed for. The sun rose. The burrow's windows caught the light, turning gold. Harry heard Molly's voice drifting from the kitchen, the clatter of breakfast being assembled. Somewhere inside, Ron laughed at something, a good sound, a living sound, the sound of a world that didn't know it was 8 weeks from ending. Harry stood. His legs were stiff, his back ached from sitting on the ground all night, and his nose had crusted with dried blood. He probably looked terrible. He felt electric. He tucked the grimoire inside his jacket, feeling its warmth against his chest, and walked down the hillside toward the burrow. The grass was wet with dew. The gnomes scattered from his path, and one of them, a particularly bold specimen with a face like a knotted potato, paused to study him, its head cocked. Harry looked down at the gnome. The gnome looked up at Harry. At the very edge of his perception, the boundary shimmered. The membrane between life and death rippled in the morning light, thin as breath, vast as the sky. And on the other side, very faintly, he felt his mother's presence, not speaking, not manifesting, just there. Watching. Waiting. Proud. Harry smiled. It was a real smile, the first in a long time. Small, private, slightly dangerous. Right, he said to no one in particular. Let's get to work. He went inside. He sat down at the table. He ate everything Molly put in front of him. And when Ron asked him what had been in the vault, Harry looked at his best friend and said, with perfect honesty, my inheritance. Ron waited for more. Harry didn't elaborate. Hermione studied him across the table with her sharp, careful eyes, the eyes that had seen through 100 mysteries and solved 1,000 puzzles. She saw the change in him. He could tell she saw it. The set of his jaw, the focus in his gaze, the way he held himself slightly differently, as if he'd found his center of gravity for the first time. Are you all right? She asked quietly. Harry met her eyes. I'm going to be. He meant it. For the first time in 6 months, he absolutely meant it. That night, after the house fell silent, Harry sat on his bed with the grimoire open to the practical sections. He read Lily's instructions for the second exercise, a technique she called threshold sight, which built on basic perception to allow sustained visual awareness of the boundary. Perception shows you the boundary exists. Threshold sight lets you see it in real time, overlaid on your normal vision, like wearing a pair of glasses that reveal an extra layer of reality. It's disorienting at first. You'll get used to it. Or you'll get headaches. Probably both. The technique, instead of pausing your magical rhythm entirely, which is exhausting and unsustainable, learn to shift it. You know how you can focus your eyes on something close or something distant? Same principle. Your magical rhythm has a frequency, the boundary resonates at a different frequency. Learn to tune between the two, the way you tune a wireless. When you find the right spot, you'll be able to see both worlds simultaneously. Practice in short bursts. No more than 30 seconds at first. I know you, Harry, you're going to push it. Don't. Boundary perception taxes the mind in ways that regular magic doesn't. Too much too fast, and you'll start losing track of which side is which. That way lies madness. Literally. Harry practiced. 30 seconds at a time, with 5-minute breaks between. He sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes open, and tuned, shifting his magical rhythm the way Lily described, searching for the frequency that let him see both worlds at once. The first 3 attempts gave him nothing but a splitting headache. The 4th attempt produced a brief, dizzying flash, the room doubling, the boundary blazing into visibility like lightning, then gone. The 5th attempt lasted a full 10 seconds, and during those 10 seconds, Harry saw the burrow as it truly was. The house was a nexus of life and death. Every room radiated warmth, the accumulated energy of decades of Weasley living, loving, fighting, growing. But threaded through that warmth, delicate as spider silk, were strands of death. Fred's absence. The echoes of war. The thin spot in the land itself, ancient and deep, pulsing beneath the foundations like a slow heartbeat. And there, at the edge of the property, so faint he almost missed it, a ripple. Something on the other side of the boundary, watching the house. Not one of the deep, slow creatures he'd sensed before. Something smaller. Quicker. Curious. Something that noticed him noticing it and withdrew. Harry let the sight fade. His nose was bleeding again, just a trickle, but consistent. He wiped it and sat in the darkness, thinking. The grimoire lay open beside him. By starlight, he could just make out Lily's handwriting on the current page, a passage he hadn't reached yet, a section header written in her neat, impatient script, what they are. What they want. Why you should be very, very worried. Harry touched the page. Beneath his fingers, the parchment was warm. 8 weeks. He had 8 weeks to learn what his mother had spent 6 years mastering. 8 weeks to become the master of death. 8 weeks to save a world that didn't know it needed saving. Somewhere deep in the Ministry of Magic, in a circular room of black stone where the air tasted like old electricity, a woman named Elara Voss stood before the veil. She stood there most nights. The Department of Mysteries was nearly empty after hours, only the night warders remained, and they'd long since learned to leave her alone. She had seniority, she had clearance, and she had the kind of quiet intensity that made people uncomfortable enough to find reasons to be elsewhere. The veil hung in its ancient stone archway, swaying gently in a breeze that had no source. It was thin, ragged, gray as old cobwebs. On any normal night, it whispered, soft, indistinct sounds that might have been voices or might have been nothing, depending on how badly you needed them to be voices. Tonight was not a normal night. The veil was moving. Not swaying, rippling, as if something had struck the other side like a hand slapping water. Elara had been monitoring it for 15 years, and she'd never seen it do this. She had instruments, delicate silver devices of her own design, calibrated to measure the boundary's stability, and every single one of them was showing readings that shouldn't have been possible. Something had changed. Something fundamental. Somewhere in Britain, someone had touched the boundary in a way that sent shockwaves through the entire membrane, and the veil, which was the most visible manifestation of the boundary in the magical world, was responding. Elara pressed her palm flat against the stone archway. Cold. Always cold. But tonight, beneath the cold, she felt a vibration, low, steady, almost alive. What happened? She murmured. What changed? The veil rippled again. And in the ripple, for just a moment, she heard a voice she hadn't heard in 15 years. Elara. Her brother's voice. Marcus's voice. Clear as a bell, unmistakable, coming from behind the veil with a clarity that made her knees buckle and her heart slam against her ribs. Elara, I'm here. I'm still here. She pressed both hands against the archway. Marcus? Marcus, can you hear me? Someone opened the door. Just a crack. I can feel it. Elara, you have to find them. Whoever opened it, find them. They can get me out. Tears ran down Elara's face. She didn't notice. Her mind was already racing, calculating, planning, analyzing. Someone had performed boundary magic powerful enough to disturb the veil. That hadn't happened in decades. Maybe centuries. She needed to find the source. She pulled her hands from the archway, wiped her face with clinical efficiency, and strode to her workstation. Her instruments had logged the exact moment of the disturbance, 2:47 p.m., that afternoon. The magical signature was faint but traceable. She'd need to cross-reference it with Gringotts security logs. The signature had originated underground, deep underground, in the vicinity of the old vaults. It would take time. But Elara Voss had been patient for 15 years. She could be patient a little longer. She glanced back at the veil. It had settled, the ripples fading, Marcus's voice gone as quickly as it had come. But the readings on her instruments remained elevated. The boundary was thinner than it had been yesterday. Something was changing. Something was waking up. And Elara Voss intended to be there when it did. Harry didn't sleep that night either. But for the first time in 6 months, it wasn't because of emptiness. It was because he had too much to do. He read until the words blurred, practiced until his nose bled freely enough to stain Ron's pillowcase, and then read more. Lily's grimoire was a masterwork, dense with knowledge but written with the warmth and specificity of a letter from a mother who knew her son might one day need to save the world and wanted to make sure he didn't do it on an empty stomach. Every few pages, between the magical theory and the practical exercises, there were small notes. Personal ones. Not about the boundary or the pale court, but about him. You started walking at 10 months. James was so proud he sent an owl to Sirius at 3 in the morning. Your first word was, cat. Not, mama, not, dada, cat. We didn't even have a cat. We never figured out where you'd seen one. You have my temper, Harry. Be careful with it. It will serve you well in a fight and destroy you in a conversation if you're not paying attention. He read each one slowly, carefully, committing them to memory. They weren't magical knowledge. They were something more valuable. They were his mother, reaching across 17 years of death, telling him he was loved. Dawn came. Harry closed the grimoire, pressed his hand flat against its warm leather cover, and looked out the window at a world that was 8 weeks from ending. He thought about the boundary. The thin spots. The things pressing against the membrane. The sovereign, whoever he was, grinding away at Lily's soul like a river against stone. He thought about the people downstairs, Ron and Hermione and the Weasleys, living their lives, healing from the war, not knowing that something worse was coming. Something that made Voldemort's pure blood crusade look like a schoolyard squabble. He thought about Alara Voss, grieving her brother, searching for answers in the Department of Mysteries, hearing voices through the veil that might or might not be real. And he thought about his mother. Lily Evans, Muggle-born witch, threshold walker, master of death. Who had seen the shape of what was coming and, instead of running, had spent 6 years preparing her son to face it. Who had died not as a victim but as a strategist, her final breath a weapon, her love a ritual, her sacrifice a bridge across 17 years to this moment. Harry stood. He was tired, his head ached, and there was dried blood under his nose. He didn't care. There was a fire in his chest that hadn't been there yesterday, a pilot light, small but steady, burning away the fog that had smothered him for 6 months. He had a purpose. He had tools. He had 8 weeks. And somewhere, on the other side of the boundary, his mother was watching. Right, Harry said quietly, to himself, to the grimoire, to the world. He pulled on a clean shirt, ran his fingers through his hair, and headed for the stairs. Let's get to work. Chapter 2, The Language of the Dead. 4 days after the vault, Harry shattered every window in the burrow. He hadn't meant to. He'd been sitting in the garden at dawn, practicing what Lily called resonance tuning, the art of holding threshold sight while simultaneously channeling magic through his wand. The grimoire warned it was difficult. The grimoire underestimated. The problem was frequency. Normal magic operated on one rhythm, boundary magic on another, and trying to hold both simultaneously was like singing 2 different songs at the same time. His magical core kept trying to reconcile the 2 frequencies, and when they clashed, every pane of glass in the burrow exploded outward in a shower of glittering shards. The sound was tremendous. Birds erupted from the nearby trees. Gnomes shrieked and dove for cover. And from inside the house came a chorus of shouts, the loudest being Molly Weasley's voice hitting a pitch that could strip paint. Harry sat in the dewy grass, grimoire in his lap, blood running freely from both nostrils, and stared at the destruction with something between horror and fascination. Ron's head appeared through the now empty frame of his bedroom window, hair vertical, eyes wild. What the, Harry? Harry, what happened? Accident, Harry called up, pinching his nose. Sorry. Accident? You blew out the bloody windows. I said sorry. Hermione's face appeared beside Ron's, already alert, already analytical. Her eyes went to the grimoire in Harry's lap, then to the blood on his face, and Harry could practically see the questions queuing up behind her teeth. It took 20 minutes to repair the damage and 40 minutes to calm Molly down. Harry endured it all with a patience he didn't quite feel, letting her fuss and scold and press a damp cloth to his nose while Arthur quietly repared the last of the window frames. George, who had appeared at the top of the stairs during the commotion, looked at the destruction with something approaching approval. Whatever you're working on, George said, keep at it. Haven't seen Mum move that fast since Fred and I set the chimney on fire in third year. It was the first time George had mentioned Fred without his face going flat and empty. Harry caught it. Ron caught it. They exchanged a glance, brief, loaded, and said nothing. After breakfast, Hermione cornered him. She found him in the orchard, sitting against an apple tree with the grimoire open. She approached with the careful deliberation of someone who'd rehearsed what she was going to say and was determined to say it properly. Harry. Hermione. That book. She sat across from him, cross-legged, and fixed him with her steady brown gaze. You've been reading it constantly for 4 days. You're not sleeping. You're practicing magic that just destroyed a house. And your eyes are doing something strange. My eyes? They're brighter. Greener. Almost luminous sometimes, especially when you've been reading. She hesitated. It's subtle. I don't think anyone else has noticed. But I have. Harry looked at her, really looked, the way he'd been learning to look at everything since the vault. Hermione Granger, brilliant and loyal and currently vibrating with the specific anxiety that came from not understanding something. He made a decision. I can't show you what's in it, he said. Not yet. The book is protected, it'll appear blank to anyone I haven't granted access, and I'm not ready to do that. But I can tell you what I'm doing, in broad strokes. Hermione's jaw tightened at I can't show you, but she nodded. My mum wrote this. Before she died, she was practicing a kind of magic that doesn't appear in any textbook you've ever read. Ancient magic. Pre-Hogwarts, pre-ministry, pre-everything. She left it for me because I'm the only one who can use it, and because. He paused, choosing his words. Because something is coming. Something she saw coming years ago. Something bad. How bad? End of the world bad. Hermione stared at him for a long moment. Then she said, very calmly, of course it is. Harry almost laughed. I'm not keeping you out to hurt you, he said. I'm keeping you out because this magic is dangerous in ways I don't fully understand yet, and because Mum specifically warned me to be careful who I showed it to. When I know more, you'll know more. And Ron? Same. Hermione was quiet for a moment. He could see her processing, not just the information, but the shift in their dynamic. For 7 years, they'd done everything together. Every mystery, every danger, every impossible situation. Now Harry was walking a path they couldn't follow, and Hermione was confronting the unfamiliar experience of being on the outside. You'd tell us if you were in danger, she said. Not a question. Yes. You'd ask for help if you needed it. Yes. She searched his face for deception and found none, because there wasn't any. She nodded once, sharp, decisive, and stood. Fine. But Harry? Yeah. If your eyes start glowing in the dark, I'm intervening whether you like it or not. He did laugh then. Fair enough. She walked back to the house, and Harry returned to the grimoire. But something had shifted, a weight he hadn't known he was carrying had lightened. Hermione didn't understand what he was doing, but she trusted him enough to let him do it. That mattered more than he could say. The grimoire's practical sections were accelerating in complexity. Lily had structured the curriculum like a spiral staircase, each lesson circling back to earlier concepts but at a higher level. Basic perception led to threshold sight, which led to resonance tuning, the exercise that had murdered the burrow's windows, which led to something she called thread reading. The boundary isn't uniform. I've said this before, but it bears repeating. It has variations, thick spots and thin spots, strong areas and weak ones. But it also has what I call threads, lines of connection between the living world and the other side. Every living thing generates a thread, a thin filament that connects its life force to the boundary. When something dies, the thread severs and the energy transfers across the membrane. Thread reading is the ability to see these connections. It's intimate, Harry. More intimate than legitimacy. When you read someone's thread, you see their relationship to death, how close they are, how afraid they are, how much life they have left. You can see old injuries, old losses, places where death has brushed past them and left a mark. I'm telling you this not because I want you to spy on people, but because thread reading is essential for the next stage, thread manipulation. And thread manipulation is how you fight the things that come through the boundary. But we'll get to that. First, learn to read. Harry practiced thread reading on the gnomes. They were abundant, they were annoying, and they couldn't report him to the ministry. He sat in the garden and looked at them with his threshold sight active, searching for the threads Lily described. He found them. Each gnome trailed a thin filament of silver-gold light, rising from their squat bodies like a strand of spider silk caught in sunlight, connecting them to the boundary overhead. The threads were short, gnomes didn't live long, but bright and vibrant, pulsing with the simple, aggressive life force of creatures too stupid to fear death. He expanded his sight. The burrow itself was wreathed in threads, hundreds of them, a shimmering web that rose from the house and its inhabitants and connected them all to the vast membrane above. He could see them through the walls, Ron's thread, thick and warm and tinged with a red gold that matched his hair. Hermione's, slender and precise and almost geometrically perfect, because of course it was. Molly's, enormous and complex, branching like a tree to touch the threads of every one of her children. And one thread that was severed. Cut clean. Hanging from a fixed point in the kitchen, the clock, Harry realized. Fred's hand on the clock. The thread hung from it like a broken string, its end dark and still, pointing toward the boundary but no longer connected. Harry looked away from that one quickly. He found George's thread next, and his breath caught. George's thread was wounded, there was no other word for it. At a point roughly corresponding to the moment of Fred's death, the thread had been torn. Not severed, not cleanly cut, but ripped, as if something had been attached to it and violently removed. The torn edge was still raw, still leaking tiny motes of golden light into the air. George was bleeding. Not physically, metaphysically. He was losing life force through the wound in his thread, slowly, constantly, like a cut that wouldn't clot. Harry closed his threshold sight and sat very still for a long time. The Grimoire had a passage about this. He found it that evening. Twins are a special case. Their threads aren't separate, they're braided. Two lives, one connection to the boundary. When one twin dies, the surviving twin's thread is violently torn apart. The wound heals eventually, but slowly. Years, sometimes decades. During that time, the surviving twin is diminished. Not dying, but not fully living either. Existing in a kind of twilight. I'm writing this because your father's family has a history of twins, and I want you to understand what to look for. If you ever encounter a wounded thread, you can help. Not heal it, that's beyond even my ability. But you can stabilize the wound. Stop the bleeding. Give the survivor's thread time to heal on its own. The technique is in the appendix. Look up thread cauterization. Harry looked up thread cauterization. He practiced it on a gnome he accidentally killed, not intentionally. The thing had bitten him while he was concentrating and he reflexively swatted it into a fence post with rather more force than intended. He'd felt its thread snap, felt the tiny pulse of life energy transfer across the boundary, and stood there holding a dead gnome and feeling like a monster until he remembered that gnomes were basically garden vermin and Molly killed them with degnoming on a regular basis. The next morning, before George was fully awake, Harry slipped into his room. George was sleeping, restlessly, tangled in his sheets, one hand outstretched as if reaching for something that wasn't there. Harry activated his threshold sight and saw the wound in George's thread clearly, a ragged tear, leaking light, the edges inflamed and angry. He reached out, not physically, but with the boundary sense Lily had taught him, and touched the wound. George flinched in his sleep. Harry held steady. The technique was delicate, he wasn't healing the tear, just cauterizing its edges, sealing the wound so it could stop bleeding and begin to knit. He worked carefully, precisely, the way Lily's instructions described, and after 3 minutes that felt like 30, the edges of the tear sealed. The bleeding stopped. George's thread pulsed once, brighter than before, and George's face, even in sleep, relaxed. Harry withdrew. His nose was bleeding again. He wiped it on his sleeve, left the room quietly, and went downstairs. That evening, George came down to dinner looking better than he had in months. The dark circles under his eyes had lightened. He ate a full plate. He made a joke about Percy's new cauldron regulations that made the entire table laugh. Molly looked at her son with tears in her eyes and didn't know why. Harry ate his shepherd's pie and said nothing. On the 5th day, he went to Diagon Alley alone. He needed references the Grimoire mentioned, books on pre-Hogwarts magical traditions that might illuminate the sections he was struggling with. Lily's writing was clear, but some concepts were so foreign to his standard magical education that he needed context. She referenced something called the Meridian theory of magical geography, and he needed to understand it before he could attempt the next practical exercise. Flourish and Blots was quiet on a Thursday morning. The usual crowd of Hogwarts students was absent, term was in session, and the shop had the drowsy, dust-mote calm of a library between rushes. Harry wore a cap pulled low and kept his head down, and for once, nobody recognized him. He found the section on ancient magical history, a neglected corner near the back of the shop, the shelves dusty, the books old enough that some of them grumbled when he touched their spines. He was pulling a promising-looking volume titled Ley Lines and Liminal Spaces, a pre-Merlinic survey when a voice behind him said, "That one's rubbish." The author confused the Salisbury nexus with the Glastonbury convergence, and everything after Chapter 4 is built on the error. Harry turned. The woman standing behind him was about his age, 18, maybe 19, with dark hair cut sharp at her jawline and grey eyes that assessed him with the frank, unimpressed directness of someone who was used to being the smartest person in most rooms. She was dressed well but not ostentatiously, dark robes, no jewelry except a thin silver chain at her throat, and she held a stack of books under one arm with the casual ease of someone who bought books the way other people bought groceries. "If you want Meridian theory," she continued, "try Alderton's Thresholds of the Ancient World. Third shelf from the left, near the bottom. His methodology is actually sound." Harry looked at her. Something about the word thresholds prickled at his attention. "Thanks," he said. "You study this?" "My family has an interest in liminal magic." She extended her free hand. "Daphne Greengrass." The name registered. Sacred 28. Slytherin, his year, though they'd never exchanged more than passing glances across the great hall. He remembered her as a quiet presence in classes, never drawing attention, never causing trouble, always watching. "Harry Potter," he said, shaking her hand. Her grip was firm and brief. "I know who you are." There was no awe in it, no breathlessness. Just statement of fact. "You're shopping in the wrong section, though. Whatever you're looking for isn't in the Hogwarts-approved histories. It's in the family archives." "Whose family archives?" "Anyone's. The old families, the real old ones, not the blood purity fanatics, they all kept records of magical traditions that the ministry decided were too dangerous or too inconvenient to acknowledge. The Greengrass Library has texts dating back to the 9th century." She paused, studying his face with those cool grey eyes. "You're researching the boundary." Harry went very still. "What makes you say that?" "Because you were reaching for a book on ley lines, you asked about Meridian theory, and you're standing in a section of this shop that nobody under 60 visits unless they're looking for something specific." She tilted her head. "Also, you've been tracing that symbol on your thigh with your finger for the past 2 minutes. I doubt you're aware you're doing it." Harry looked down. His right hand was resting on his leg, and his index finger was indeed moving, tracing a small, repetitive pattern on the fabric of his jeans. The threshold walker's mark. The same rune that had been carved on the vault door. He hadn't been conscious of it. His hand stilled. That symbol, Daphne said quietly. I've seen it exactly 3 times. Once in my family's archive, in a text so old the pages had to be handled with preservation charms. Once carved into a standing stone in Wiltshire that my mother took me to see when I was 12. And once in a book that my sister found in our attic 2 years ago, a book that described a magical tradition called threshold walking, Harry said. Daphne's eyes sharpened. Not with surprise, with recognition. As if a suspicion she'd been carrying for a long time had just been confirmed. You know what it is, she said. I'm learning. From whom? Harry measured her. Lily's warning echoed, be very careful who you show it to. But Lily had also said the grimoire would teach him to read people's threads, and Harry's threshold sight, which he could now activate with barely a thought, showed him something interesting about Daphne Greengrass. Her thread was unusual. Most threads rose straight from a person's core to the boundary above, a simple, direct connection. Daphne's thread spiraled. It wound through her in complex patterns, touching not just her core but her extremities, her mind, her eyes. As if the boundary had sunk deeper into her than it did into most people. Not as deep as Harry's, his thread, since activating the grimoire, had become less of a thread and more of a root system, but deeper than anyone else he'd observed. She had the aptitude. Maybe not at Lily's level, maybe not at his, but she could sense the boundary. She already did, even if she didn't have the framework to understand what she was sensing. And there was something else. A secondary thread, thinner, darker, branching off from her primary connection and running to something that wasn't in the room. Someone she was connected to. The thread was strained, almost frayed, and where it met the boundary, it was tinged with a dark, bruise-colored light that Harry instinctively recognized as wrong. A curse. A blood curse. The kind that didn't attack the body, it attacked the thread itself, the fundamental connection between a person and the boundary. Whoever was on the other end of that secondary thread was dying, slowly, their connection to life being gnawed away by something ancient and malicious. Your sister, Harry said. Daphne's composure cracked for the first time. Just a flicker, a tightening around her eyes, a brief clench of her jaw, but Harry saw it. What about my sister? She's ill. A blood curse. It's been getting worse. The books in Daphne's arms shifted as her grip tightened. How do you know that? I can see it. The curse isn't attacking her body, it's attacking her thread. Her connection to, he paused, searching for words that wouldn't sound insane. Her connection to life itself. The boundary between living and dying. The curse is fraying it. Daphne stared at him. The color had left her face. You can see that? Since about 3 days ago, yeah. No one has been able to diagnose the mechanism. We've consulted healers on 4 continents. The best anyone could tell us was, blood malediction of unknown origin. They've been treating symptoms for 8 years. Her voice was steady, controlled, but something beneath it vibrated like a plucked string. And you can see what it actually is. I can see what it's doing. I don't know yet if I can fix it. Yet, she repeated. She looked at him with an intensity that was almost physical, not worship, not awe, but the ferocious, desperate hope of someone who had been searching for an answer for years and might have just found one. What do you need? Context. Background. The grimoire I'm learning from references traditions and texts I've never seen. Some of them might be in your family's archive. The grimoire. Daphne's voice dropped. You have a threshold walker's grimoire. My mother's. Whatever Daphne had been expecting, it wasn't that. Her eyebrows rose, the first unguarded reaction he'd seen from her. Lily Potter was a threshold walker. Lily Potter was the master of death. The words landed between them like a stone dropped into still water. Daphne's gray eyes went wide, then narrow, then sharp. We should not be having this conversation in a bookshop, she said. Harry agreed. They walked. Diagon Alley was still quiet, and Harry kept his cap low as they moved through the morning crowds, such as they were, toward the leaky cauldron. Daphne walked beside him with the easy, ground-covering stride of someone who didn't dawdle, and she didn't fill the silence with chatter. Harry appreciated that. Most people he encountered felt the need to fill every gap in conversation, as if silence was something to be feared. Daphne treated it as a natural state. They found a booth in the back of the leaky cauldron. Tom brought tea without being asked, he knew Harry's face even under a cap, and retreated with the professional discretion of a man who'd been serving wizards their secrets for decades. "Start from the beginning," Daphne said, wrapping her hands around her teacup. "Not the history, I know the broad strokes. My family's archive has references to threshold walkers dating back centuries. I want to know about your mother." Harry told her. Not everything, not the details of the grimoire's magic, not the specifics of the exercises he'd been practicing, but the shape of it. Lily's discovery. Her 6 years of study. Her understanding of the boundary, the pale court, the coming thinning. Her sacrifice, not just a mother's love, but a calculated ritual that embedded the Master of Death's mantle into Harry's soul. Daphne listened without interrupting. Her tea went cold in her hands. When Harry finished, she was quiet for a long moment. "The thinning," she said. "How long?" 7.5 weeks now. "And the pale court?" "Coming through. Scouts first, my mum called them echo-wraiths. Then worse things. The boundary is already thin enough for small incursions. When the thinning peaks, the whole membrane fails. Unless you take your mother's place as Master of Death. That's the idea. And you've been training for," she glanced at him. 5 days. About that. 5 days. To master a magical tradition your mother spent 6 years studying. With 7 weeks left before the apocalypse. Daphne set down her teacup with a precise click. "You're going to need help. I'm starting to realize that. The Greengrass Archive. I'll give you access. Full access, no restrictions. In exchange, I look at your sister's curse. You look at my sister's curse." Harry met her eyes. "I would have done that anyway." Something shifted in Daphne's expression, subtle, like light moving behind glass. "I know," she said. "But I don't take charity. I take deals. It's not charity. It's decency." "Yes. But decency doesn't keep the lights on, and it doesn't cure blood curses. A deal is clean. Both parties benefit, both parties know where they stand. No debts, no obligations, no messy emotional entanglements." She held out her hand. "Deal?" Harry looked at her outstretched hand, steady, no tremor, nails cut short and practical. He took it. "Deal." Her grip was warm. She held it a beat longer than strictly necessary, then released. "Good. Come to Greengrass Manor tomorrow morning. I'll have the relevant texts pulled." She stood, gathered her stack of books, and paused. "Potter." "Yeah. Your mother. She must have been extraordinary." "She was." "Then don't waste what she gave you." She nodded once, crisp, decisive, and walked out of the leaky cauldron without looking back. Harry sat in the booth for a while, drinking his tea, thinking about threads and deals and gray eyes that didn't flinch. His tea was almost gone when the front door of the leaky cauldron opened and a woman walked in who changed the temperature of the room. Not literally, not quite. But every patron in the pub looked up, the way people look up when a predator enters their peripheral vision. The woman was in her mid-30s, lean and sharp-featured, with dark hair pulled back in a severe knot and eyes the color of wet slate. She wore charcoal robes cut close to the body, and she moved through the pub with the focused, economical grace of someone who had somewhere specific to be and would not be delayed. Her eyes found Harry immediately. As if she'd known exactly where he'd be sitting. She crossed the pub in 6 strides, pulled out the chair Daphne had vacated, and sat. "Mr. Potter. My name is Elara Voss. I'm a senior unspeakable in the Department of Mysteries, and you have something that belongs to my department." Harry's wand was in his hand under the table. He hadn't drawn it consciously. "Nothing I have belongs to your department. The artifact you removed from your family vault 5 days ago generated a boundary disturbance that registered on every instrument in my division. It disrupted the Veil of Death, an artifact under ministry jurisdiction and my personal supervision. That makes it my business." Her voice was clipped, precise, and completely devoid of warmth. She wasn't making conversation. She was making a claim. Harry studied her with his normal vision first, the sharp features, the dark circles under her eyes, the faint tremor in her left hand that she was trying to hide. Then he let his threshold sight surface, just for a moment. Elara Voss's thread was a mess. Not damaged like George's, not torn or wounded. Tangled. Her thread wound back on itself in complex, obsessive loops, as if she'd been pulling at it for years, testing it, stretching it, trying to force it to do something it wasn't designed to do. And at its core, where the thread met the boundary, there was something attached to it, a second thread, thin and dark, that didn't connect to anyone living. It reached through the boundary, through the membrane, into the space beyond, and it ended in the dark. She was tethered to something on the other side. Or something on the other side was tethered to her. "Your brother," Harry said quietly. Elara's composure didn't crack. But her left hand stopped trembling. It went very, very still. "What did you say?" "Your brother. Marcus. He went through the veil 15 years ago. You've been trying to reach him ever since." Harry paused. "I can see the connection. Between you and whatever's on the other side." The silence between them was absolute. The leaky cauldron's background noise, clinking glasses, murmured conversations, Tom's shuffling footsteps, seemed to retreat, leaving a pocket of stillness around their table. "How?" Elara breathed. "The same way you tracked me here. The same magic that disturbed your instruments. The same tradition your department has been trying to understand for decades without success." Harry leaned forward. "You've been studying the veil because you think it's a door. It's not. It's a wound. And the thing on the other side of your connection, the thing you think is your brother, is my brother." Her voice was steel. "I've heard his voice. I've verified his magical signature through the veil. I've spent 15 years confirming that Marcus is alive on the other side, trapped, waiting for someone to bring him home. The boundary doesn't work that way. Once someone crosses, don't." The word was quiet and final. "Don't tell me what the boundary does and doesn't do. You've been studying this for 5 days. I've given 15 years of my life to understanding the veil. I've mapped its fluctuations, catalogued its resonances, documented every sound that's ever come through it. I know more about the space between life and death than anyone alive. Except my mother." Another silence. Elara's jaw worked. "Lily Potter," she said. "Yes. I know about her research. She accessed ministry archives during the First War, boundary theory texts, pre-founders' manuscripts, classified unspeakable reports. She was brilliant. She was also reckless, and whatever she left in that vault is dangerous. She left me a grimoire. A teaching text. Her life's work. Then you understand why I need to see it. If Lily Potter found what I think she found, if she understood the boundary at a structural level, then her research could be the key to retrieving Marcus. To opening the veil safely. To reuniting the living and the dead." Harry looked at her. At the desperation beneath the professionalism, the grief beneath the authority. He understood it. God, did he understand it? He'd spent years carrying the same weight, the same impossible yearning for dead loved ones, the same willingness to do anything, anything at all, to get them back. But Lily's grimoire had taught him something Elara didn't know. The boundary wasn't a prison. It wasn't a wall that could be torn down. It was a living membrane that kept two incompatible states of existence from collapsing into each other. And the things on the other side, the things that whispered through the veil, the things that wore dead voices like masks, "I'm not going to give you the grimoire," Harry said. "And I'm not going to let you open the veil." Elara's eyes went flat. "That's not your decision to make." "It literally is. The grimoire only responds to me. You could take it by force, maybe, but it would be blank in your hands. Just leather and empty pages. Then you'll grant me access. Share the contents. Let me know." The word hung between them. Elara's left hand had started trembling again. She clenched it into a fist on the table. "You don't understand what you're refusing," she said. "You're 18 years old, Potter. You defeated a Dark Lord, congratulations, genuinely, but this is something else. The boundary between life and death is not a problem you can solve with courage and a good wand arm. It requires years of study, institutional knowledge, resources that only the Department of Mysteries can provide. The Department of Mysteries has been studying the veil for centuries. What have you learned?" Elara opened her mouth. Closed it. "Right," Harry said. He didn't say it cruelly. He said it with the flat precision of someone stating a fact. "You've learned that it whispers. You've learned that it fluctuates. You've learned that things sometimes come through, and things sometimes go in, and you have no idea why. In 15 years, with all the resources of the Ministry behind you, you haven't been able to determine the veil's basic function. And you have. In 5 days. Yes." He held her gaze. She stared back, reading him, his certainty, his calm, the preternatural steadiness that had settled over him since the vault. He watched her calculate. Was he bluffing? Was he delusional? Was he dangerous? Harry let her look. He had nothing to hide, not about this. Then he showed her. He didn't use his wand. He didn't speak. He simply shifted, tuned his magical rhythm to the boundary's frequency with the fluid ease that came from 4 days of obsessive practice, and the air around him changed. The temperature dropped. The candles on nearby tables guttered. And for just a moment, visible even to someone without threshold sight, the membrane between life and death shimmered into existence around Harry like a halo of pale fire. Elara Voss pushed back from the table so hard her chair scraped against the stone floor. Her wand was in her hand, when had she drawn it, and her face had gone bone white. "What?" Harry let the shift fade. The temperature normalized. The candles steadied. "That's what 5 days of my mother's teaching looks like," he said. "Imagine what 7 weeks will produce." Elara stared at him. Her wand hand was shaking, not with her usual tremor, but with something rawer. "Fear, maybe. Or recognition. You're a threshold walker," she whispered. "A real one. I thought they were extinct." "Not extinct. Just quiet." A long pause. Elara lowered her wand slowly, deliberately, and placed it on the table between them, a gesture of truce that Harry recognized as significant. Unspeakables didn't disarm themselves casually. "If you won't share the grimoire," she said, her voice carefully controlled, "then tell me this, is Marcus alive? Can you tell that from whatever it is you see?" Harry considered lying. It would be Kinder. But Lily hadn't raised him to be kind when the truth mattered. "I can see your connection to the other side. Something is on the other end, something that resonates with your brother's magical signature. But I can't tell you if it's him or if it's something wearing his shape. The boundary is complicated. Things on the other side aren't always what they seem." The pain that crossed Elara's face was vivid and immediate and gone in an instant, locked away behind the professional mask. "You're saying my brother might be dead." "I'm saying I don't know yet. But I'm going to find out." "Why?" "Because it matters. And because whatever's happening with the veil is connected to something bigger, something that affects everyone, not just you and Marcus. Elara studied him for another long moment. Then she picked up her wand, holstered it, and stood. I'm going to investigate you, Potter. Thoroughly. And if I determine that you're a threat to the boundary or to my research, then we'll have a problem. But I don't think we will. I think we want the same thing. I doubt that very much. She turned and left the pub without another word. Harry watched her go, noting the rigid set of her shoulders, the controlled stride, the way her hand went to her wand holster as she passed through the door, checking it was there, the unconscious habit of someone who lived on the edge of constant readiness. He thought about her brother. About the thread stretching through the boundary into the dark. About the voice she'd heard through the veil, Marcus's voice, clear and real and begging for help. And he thought about Lily's warning, grief makes people do terrible things. Harry paid for his tea and left. He had work to do. The call came 2 days later. Not through the flue, not by owl, through the boundary itself. Harry was at Greengrass Manor, deep in the family archive, surrounded by texts so old that breathing on them wrong could crumble them to dust. Daphne sat across from him at a reading table, translating a 9th-century manuscript on boundary resonance points while Harry cross-referenced it with a section of Lily's grimoire. The Greengrass archive was remarkable. The family had spent centuries collecting texts that other wizarding families had burned, banned, or forgotten, a quiet, systematic preservation of magical knowledge that the ministry considered heretical. The archive occupied an entire wing of the manor, protected by wards so complex that even Harry's threshold sight couldn't fully parse them. Your great-great-grandmother was a collector, Harry said, turning a page with care. These texts, some of them are the only surviving copies. Adeline Greengrass. She spent 40 years traveling the world, buying manuscripts from dying traditions. She believed magical knowledge should be preserved regardless of whether the current government approved of it. Daphne didn't look up from her translation. She was arrested twice. Spent 6 months in the ministry holding cells for possession of restricted materials. Never stopped collecting. Sounds like someone I would have liked. She would have been fascinated by you. And then she would have dissected your magic with academic precision and written a 700-page treatise about it. Daphne paused, quill hovering. Potter. Harry. What? Call me Harry. You're translating a 9th-century text about the membrane between life and death so I can save the world. I think we're past surnames. The corner of Daphne's mouth twitched. It was the closest thing to a smile he'd seen from her. Harry, then. Look at this passage. She turned the manuscript toward him. This describes the boundary resonance points across Britain. There are 7 major ones, places where the membrane is naturally thinnest. Hogwarts is one. Gringotts. The Ministry. Godric's Hollow. The Ottery St. Catchpole Valley, the Borough. Yes. The manuscript also names 2 others, a stone circle in northern Scotland and a churchyard in Northumberland. All 7 points are connected by what the author calls meridian lines, channels of boundary energy that run through the landscape like magical ley lines, but operating on the death frequency rather than the life frequency. Harry studied the diagram. 7 points, 7 lines connecting them, forming a web across Britain. A web that, he now realized, matched the thin spots he'd been sensing with his threshold sight. If the boundary fails, he said slowly, it'll fail at these points first. They're the weak links. And if something wanted to force the boundary open, it would attack these points. Simultaneously, or in sequence. Weaken the nodes, collapse the web, bring down the whole membrane. They looked at each other across the table. Daphne's gray eyes were steady, but behind the steadiness, Harry could see the sharp edge of fear, not for herself, but for the implications of what they were looking at. The Pale Court doesn't need to break through the entire boundary, she said. It just needs to break 7 points. That was when Harry felt it. Not heard, felt. A vibration in the boundary, sharp and wrong, like a guitar string struck with a hammer instead of a finger. It came from the northwest, from one of the 7 points on the map, the one marked as a village near the Scottish border. Hogsmeade. Harry stood so abruptly his chair toppled. Something's happening. Daphne was on her feet a second later. What? Where? Hogsmeade. Something's coming through. He could feel it now, the boundary bulging inward at the Hogsmeade point, something pressing against it from the other side with focused, deliberate force. Not testing. Not probing. Pushing. Something's already through. He grabbed the grimoire, shoved it inside his jacket. Can you apparate to Hogsmeade from here? I can apparate to Hogsmeade from anywhere in Britain. I have exceptional apparition scores. What's coming through? I don't know yet. But it's big. Then let's go. She didn't ask if she should come. She didn't ask permission. She just moved, striding out of the archive with the kind of purposeful speed that told Harry this wasn't her first emergency. He followed, and as they hit the manor's front lawn, she turned to him with her wand already drawn. Stay close. I know the Hogsmeade arrival points. They apparat. Hogsmeade was wrong. Harry knew it the instant they materialized on the outskirts of the village. The air was thick, not with fog or rain, but with a pressure that had no physical source, a weight that pressed against his skin and his lungs and his magic. The sky was the color of a bruise, purple-black despite it being mid-afternoon, and the light that filtered through the clouds had a sickly, yellowish quality that made everything look faintly rotten. The streets were emptying. People were hurrying toward their homes and shops, not running, not yet, but moving with the quick, head-down urgency of people who sensed something was very wrong without being able to articulate what. A shopkeeper was pulling shutters closed. A mother was dragging 2 children by the hand, her face tight with the kind of instinctive fear that bypassed the rational mind entirely. Can you feel that? Daphne asked. Her voice was steady, but her wand was up and her free hand was pressed against her chest, as if something was pushing on her lungs. I can see it. Harry's threshold sight was active, and what he saw made his stomach drop. The boundary above Hogsmeade was torn. Not the slow, grinding thinning he'd observed elsewhere, this was a wound, fresh and ragged, and through it, something was pouring into the living world like smoke through a cracked window. It was darkness, but not the absence of light. It was a substance, thick, viscous, faintly luminous with a sickly pale glow, and it moved with purpose. It flowed down from the wound in the boundary like oil down a wall, pooling in the village square, and where it pooled, things began to happen. The grass died. Not slowly, it blackened and curled in seconds, as if flash-frozen and burned simultaneously. The cobblestones cracked. The air temperature plummeted. And in the center of the pooling darkness, something stood up. It was humanoid. Roughly. It had the shape of a person, 2 legs, 2 arms, a head, but the proportions were wrong, stretched and thin, as if someone had taken a human shadow and pulled it like taffy. Its surface was the same sickly pale luminescence as the substance it had formed from, and it had no features, no eyes, no mouth, no face. Just a blank, smooth oval where a head should be. Then it screamed. Not with a mouth, with its entire body. The sound came from everywhere at once, a high, keening wail that was part anguish, part hunger, and entirely inhuman. Harry felt it in his bones, in his thread, in the boundary itself. The membrane shuddered under the sound like a drum's skin struck by a fist. Windows shattered. The mother with the 2 children fell to her knees, hands over her ears. One of the children, a boy, maybe 7, went limp, his eyes rolling back, overcome by the psychic weight of the sound. Echo Wraith, Harry said. The grimoire had described them. Scouts of the Pale Court, formed from the residual energy of the dead, shaped by the sovereign's will, sent through weak points in the boundary to test the membrane's strength. They fed on ambient life force, not blood, not flesh, but the vital energy that kept living things alive. The plants around the wraith were dying in an expanding circle. Soon it would reach the buildings. The people. What do we do? Daphne's voice was controlled, but her knuckles were white around her wand. Standard magic won't work. It's not alive, you can't stun it or bind it or kill it in any way your wand understands. It exists on the boundary frequency. The only way to destroy it is to reach into that frequency and unmake it. Can you do that? Harry had never tried. The grimoire described the technique, thread manipulation applied offensively, using the boundary itself as a weapon. But he'd practiced on gnomes and sleeping Weasleys, not on entities from the space between life and death. I'm about to find out, he said. Keep the people back. If anyone gets within the dead zone, the wraith will drain them. Daphne nodded and moved without hesitation, sprinting toward the nearest cluster of civilians. Harry heard her voice, sharp, authoritative, brooking no argument, and then she was casting shield charms in an arc across the street, herding people away from the square. Harry walked toward the wraith. It sensed him. The blank oval of its head turned, tracking him, and the keening shifted pitch, higher, sharper, curious. It could feel his connection to the boundary, his thread, his aptitude, the mantle embedded in his soul. It recognized what he was. It lunged. Fast. Faster than anything that size should move. It crossed 20 feet of cobblestones in a blink, one elongated arm sweeping toward Harry's chest. He threw himself sideways, Seeker's reflexes, the one gift Quidditch had given him that translated directly to combat, and the arm passed through the space where his head had been. The air in its wake turned to frost. Harry hit the ground, rolled, came up on one knee with his wand in his right hand and his left hand extended, fingers spread. He reached for the boundary the way Lily had described, not with his wand, not with a spell, but with the part of him that existed on the death frequency. He felt for the wraith's structure, the threads of dead energy that composed its form, the boundary stuff it was made of. He found it. The wraith was a knot, a tangle of dead threads woven together by the sovereign's will, given shape and purpose and sent through the breach. The threads were cold, alien, vibrating with a frequency that set Harry's teeth on edge. But they were threads, and threads could be cut. The wraith attacked again. Harry dodged, barely, and the creature's arm grazed his shoulder. The cold was unbelievable. His left arm went numb from elbow to fingertips, and he felt his own thread flinch, recoiling from the contact the way skin recoils from fire. He needed to end this fast. Harry planted his feet, extended his left hand, and pulled. The sensation was like nothing he'd ever experienced with normal magic. His wand hand was useless here. This wasn't about spellcraft. This was about reaching into the fabric of reality and rearranging it. He grabbed the wraith's threads with his boundary sense and pulled them apart, the way you might unravel a knot in a piece of string. The wraith screamed again, but this time, the sound was different. Pained. Angry. It thrashed, its body distorting, the pale luminescence flickering. Harry pulled harder. The threads came apart in his mental grip, unraveling, dissolving back into the boundary stuff they'd been formed from. But it fought back. The wraith's remaining threads lashed out, not physically but on the boundary frequency, striking at Harry's own thread, trying to tangle with it, trying to pull him into the same knot. Harry felt the alien cold creeping into his chest, his lungs, his core. His vision blurred. The boundary pulsed around him, and for a terrifying moment, he couldn't tell which side he was standing on. Then Lily's voice, clear, strong, cutting through the confusion like a blade, "Don't fight it with force. The boundary isn't a weapon. It's an ecosystem. You don't destroy a knot by pulling harder. You destroy it by understanding its structure and removing the thread that holds it together. The keystone thread. Every knot had one, a single thread that, if removed, caused the entire structure to collapse. Harry stopped pulling and started looking. The wraith's form was complex, dozens of threads woven together, but they all converged on a single point, a thread thicker than the others, darker, pulsing with a rhythmic energy that Harry recognized. The Sovereign's will. The thread that gave the wraith its purpose, its direction, its command to cross the boundary and feed. It was the Sovereign's own power, extended across the membrane like a puppet string. Harry grabbed it with his boundary sense and severed it. The wraith came apart. Not explosively, it simply unraveled, the threads dissolving into wisps of pale light that floated upward and were reabsorbed by the boundary. The darkness in the square evaporated. The crushing pressure lifted. The sky lightened, the bruised purple fading to ordinary gray. The dead grass didn't come back. It lay in a perfect circle of blackened earth, 30 feet across, marking where the wraith had stood. Harry stood in the center of the circle, breathing hard. His left arm was still numb. Blood ran freely from his nose, dripping off his chin onto the dead cobblestones. His head throbbed with a pain that lived behind his eyes and radiated outward in hot, pulsing waves. But the wraith was gone. The breach in the boundary above Hogsmeade was closing, slowly, the membrane knitting itself together like skin over a wound. The 7-year-old boy was sitting up, crying, alive. People were staring. A dozen villagers had witnessed the entire fight, the wraith's arrival, Harry's impossible magic, the dissolution. They stared at him with expressions that ranged from terror to awe, and Harry realized, with a sinking feeling, that this was going to be very hard to explain. Daphne materialized beside him. She was flushed from exertion, she'd been shielding civilians and evacuating the nearest buildings, but her wand was steady and her eyes were locked on the closing breach above them. Is it sealed? Closing on its own. The membrane repairs itself, it just needs the threat removed. Harry wiped blood from his chin. Anyone hurt? The boy lost consciousness but he's breathing. 2 women went into shock. Nothing permanent. She looked at the dead circle around them. What did you do? Unraveled it. Found the thread that held it together and cut it. You make it sound simple. It wasn't. She studied him, his pallor, the blood, the way he was cradling his numb left arm against his chest. You're hurt. Just cold. The wraith's touch, it's like magical frostbite. Feeling will come back. And the nosebleed? Occupational hazard. Daphne reached into her robe and produced, of all things, a handkerchief. White linen, monogrammed with a silver G. She held it out without comment. Harry took it. Thanks. Don't bleed on it. It was my grandmother's. He pressed it to his nose and nearly laughed. They were standing in a circle of dead earth, in a village that had just been attacked by an entity from beyond death, and she was worried about her grandmother's handkerchief. We need to leave, Daphne said, her tone shifting. Before the ministry arrives. Whatever you just did, that wasn't wand magic. It wasn't any magic they have a classification for. If the Aurors see you here, in the middle of this, I know. They operate before the first ministry officials arrived, but they weren't fast enough to avoid every eye. Among the villagers who had witnessed the attack was a thin, nervous-looking man with a reporter's notebook and the Daily Prophet press badge pinned to his collar. The next morning, the headline read, "Boy who lived spotted in Hogsmeade during mysterious attack, eyewitnesses describe terrifying, unknown magic." The article was breathless, confused, and wildly speculative. It described the shadow creature, in vague terms, attributed the attack to possible remnant Death Eater activity, and devoted 3 paragraphs to Harry's presence at the scene, specifically, to the unidentifiable magical techniques witnesses had seen him perform. It wasn't like any spell I've ever seen, one witness was quoted as saying. He didn't use his wand. He reached out with his hand and the thing just came apart. Like he pulled it to pieces with his bare fingers. The article caught the eye of exactly the person Harry had hoped it wouldn't. Augustus Knott read the prophet over his morning tea in the study of Knott Manor, his thin face creasing into a thoughtful frown. He was a lean, careful man in his late 50s, with silver hair and the kind of practiced, reasonable demeanor that made everything he said sound eminently sensible, even when it was poison. He'd escaped Azkaban through a combination of well-placed bribes, strategic memory modification of key witnesses, and the simple truth that the post-war ministry was too overwhelmed to pursue every former Death Eater with equal vigor. He'd positioned himself as a voice of reason in the new Wizengamot, advocating for measured reform, magical safety standards, and the strict regulation of dark artifacts. The fact that his own manor contained one of the largest collections of dark artifacts in Britain was an irony he managed without visible discomfort. Not set down the prophet and reread the key passage, unidentifiable magical techniques. Unknown magic. Unregistered, unclassified, performed in public by the most famous wizard in Britain. This was either a threat or an opportunity, and Augustus Knott had spent his entire life understanding the difference. He'd been dreaming lately. Strange dreams, dreams of a pale place, empty and vast, where a voice spoke to him in tones of perfect reason. The voice told him things, about the coming changes, about the instability of the magical world, about the need for order. Augustus didn't know whose voice it was. He didn't particularly care. The voice's suggestions aligned with his own interests, and that was enough. The voice had mentioned Potter. Had warned that Potter was becoming dangerous, not in the crude, violent way of a Dark Lord, but in the deeper, structural way of someone who was accessing magic that could reshape the foundations of reality. He must be contained, the voice had said. Not killed, that would create a martyr. Contained. Neutralized. Politically destroyed. Make them fear what he is, and they will do the work for you. Knott picked up his quill and began drafting a letter to Dolores Umbridge. She was disgraced, yes. Imprisoned, even. But she had allies in the Wizengamot's conservative bloc, and those allies could be activated with the right pressure. The boy needed to be controlled. For the good of the magical world. Augustus Knott believed this absolutely. The voice in his dreams was very persuasive. Harry spent the evening at Greengrass Manor, working with Daphne in the archive. His left arm had regained feeling, though it still ached with a deep, bone-level cold that regular warming charms couldn't touch. The Grimoire had a passage about it. Echo-wraith contact produces a phenomenon I call death chill, a localized cooling of the thread where the wraith's energy made contact. It's not dangerous in small doses, but repeated exposure can cause the affected thread to become sluggish, eventually numbing the associated body part permanently. Think of it as frostbite for the soul. Treatment, direct application of life energy to the affected area. Not a spell, an act of living. Eat something you love. Listen to music that makes you feel. Touch someone who matters to you. The thread needs to be reminded that it belongs to the living world. Harry ate 3 of Daphne's house elf scones, extraordinary, flaky, buttered, still warm from the oven, and felt marginally better. The cold in his arm receded to a dull ache, then a background hum. They worked side by side in the archive, and the rhythm of it was oddly comfortable. Daphne was a precise, efficient researcher. She didn't waste words or movements, and she had an encyclopedic knowledge of her family's collection. When Harry needed a reference, she found it in minutes. When he struggled with a passage in the Grimoire, she offered context from texts he hadn't seen. This word, Harry said, pointing to a term in one of the 9th century manuscripts. It keeps appearing. What does it mean? Daphne leaned over his shoulder to look. She smelled like old paper and something clean, lemon, maybe. It's Old English. Directly translated, it means, the weeping. But in the context of boundary magic, it refers to the phenomenon of boundary bleed, when the membrane thins enough that elements of the death side begin to seep into the living world. Whispers, cold spots, the sense of a presence. What your muggles would call hauntings. Boundary bleed. My mum mentions it, she says it's been increasing for decades. It has. The Greengrass family has records going back 3 centuries of documented boundary bleed events in Britain. In the 1700s, there were perhaps 2 or 3 per decade. By the 1800s, a dozen. By the early 1900s, several per year. And since 1945, since the last Master of Death died. Since then, exponential increase. Hundreds of documented events. The ministry classifies them as spectral anomalies and buries the reports. She straightened, tucking a strand of dark hair behind her ear. The boundary has been failing for 50 years, and no one in authority has noticed because no one in authority knows what the boundary is. Or they do know and they're pretending they don't. Also possible. Daphne returned to her seat. What happened in Hogsmeade today, that wasn't boundary bleed. That was an incursion. Something deliberately broke through. An echo wraith. Scout of the Pale Court. My mum described them, they're sent through weak points to test the membrane's integrity. Harry rubbed his left arm absently. This one was stronger than she suggested they'd be. Faster, more aggressive. Either she underestimated them, or they've gotten stronger since she last encountered one. Or the boundary has gotten weaker, which amounts to the same thing. Daphne was quiet for a moment. There'll be more. Yes. At the other resonance points. Probably. And the ministry can't fight them. Standard magic doesn't work, you said so yourself. No. They need boundary magic. They need, he stopped. They need you, Daphne finished. The only threshold walker in Britain. Possibly the only one in the world. Harry said nothing. The weight of it settled on his shoulders like a physical thing. You can't do this alone, Daphne said. Not gently, she didn't do gentle. She said it the way she said everything, as a fact, clearly stated, not open for debate. I know. Then let me help. Not just with research, with the magic. You said I have the aptitude. Teach me what you can. I may never be a threshold walker, but if I can learn to perceive the boundary, I can at least serve as support. A second set of eyes. It's dangerous. My sister is dying from a boundary-related curse. There's an army of echo wraiths waiting to pour through the membrane. The world ends in 7 weeks. It's dangerous is not a meaningful objection. Harry looked at her. The candlelight caught the sharp lines of her face, the clean jaw, the straight nose, the gray eyes that held his gaze without blinking. Okay, he said. Good. She pulled a fresh sheet of parchment toward her and dipped her quill. Now. Tell me about thread reading. Start from the beginning. He taught her. It was strange, being on the teaching end, he'd never been good at explaining things, preferring to learn by doing rather than discussing. But Daphne was a relentless student, and she dragged clarity out of him through sheer force of precise questioning. Where his explanations were vague, she demanded specifics. Where his understanding was intuitive, she insisted on structure. You say you feel the thread, she said, frowning. But what does that mean, physically? Is it a tactile sensation? Thermal? Proprioceptive? I don't know. It's like. He struggled. Okay. You know when you walk into a room and you can tell someone's been there, even though you can't see or hear them? That sense of presence? Yes. Thread reading is like that, but precise. You don't just sense presence, you sense the nature of the presence. Its vitality, its history, its relationship to death. You feel it the way you feel temperature, directly, without having to think about it. And you shift to the boundary frequency to access this. Right. You tune your magical rhythm until it resonates with the death frequency. Then the threads become perceptible. Daphne closed her eyes. Harry watched her face, the slight furrow between her brows, the tension in her jaw, the way her breathing slowed and steadied. He activated his own threshold sight and observed as she searched for the frequency. She found it faster than he'd expected. Her thread, the spiraling, complex connection he'd noticed in the bookshop, responded to her effort by brightening, the spirals tightening, and for a moment, Harry saw something flare along its length, a spark of silver-gold perception, faint but unmistakable. Daphne's eyes opened. They were wider than he'd ever seen them. "Oh," she breathed. "Oh, I can feel it. The membrane. God, it's everywhere. It's like standing in a room I never knew was there." "What do you see?" "Not see. Feel. There are lines. Connecting to, everything. The books, the walls, me, you." Her eyes focused on him, and her breath caught. "Your thread. Harry, your thread it's not a thread. It's a tree. It's enormous. She blinked hard, shook her head, and the perception faded. She pressed a hand to her temple. "Headache. Immediate and splitting. That's normal. First attempt, don't push it past a few seconds." A few seconds was plenty. She was breathing hard, color high in her cheeks. "That's what you see? All the time?" "When I activate the sight, yes. And the boundary, it really is everywhere. I could feel it pressing against everything, like the surface tension of water. Holding everything together." She looked at him. "And it's thin. Getting thinner. Your thread, what I saw around you. That's the master of death's mantle. Part of it. The part that's activated. There's more, deeper layers, that I haven't accessed yet." Daphne was quiet for a moment, processing. Then she said, in a tone of absolute certainty, "You're going to save the world. That's the plan." "No. Not the plan. The outcome. I've just seen what you are, Harry. What you're becoming. Whatever is on the other side of that boundary should be terrified." It wasn't flattery. Daphne Greengrass didn't traffic in flattery. It was assessment, cold, clear, and completely sincere. Harry felt something shift in his chest. Not the boundary, not the mantle. Something simpler. Something human. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank me. Just don't lose." She pulled a fresh sheet of parchment toward her. "Again. Teach me the next exercise." He taught her until midnight. Then she walked him to the manor's front door, and they stood on the threshold, fitting, given the subject matter, in the cool night air. "Tomorrow," Daphne said. "Same time. I'll have the Nordic manuscripts pulled. They have extensive documentation of boundary events in Scandinavia. Different resonance points, but the same underlying mechanics." "Daphne." "Yes. Your sister. I want to examine her. The curse, if it's what I think it is, there might be something I can do. Not cure it, not yet. But stabilize it. The way I helped George." Daphne went still. In the moonlight, her face was pale and sharp, and something moved behind her eyes, the ghost of the hope he'd seen in the bookshop, the desperate, fierce thing she kept locked away. "She's sleeping now. Tomorrow, then. Tomorrow." She paused. "Harry." "Yeah. Be careful going home. The boundary is thin tonight, thinner than usual. I can feel it now." She touched her temple. "Headache's gone, but the sensitivity is still there. Like hearing a frequency you never noticed before. That won't go away. Once you learn to perceive the boundary, you can't unlearn it." "Good." She turned to go inside, then stopped. "And Harry? Eat something before you practice tonight. Your mother was right. You're too thin." She closed the door before he could respond. Harry apparat back to the burrow and found Ron waiting for him in the kitchen. It was past midnight, but Ron was sitting at the table with a cup of tea and an expression that Harry recognized from years of friendship, the one that said, "I've been thinking, and I have something to say, and I'm going to say it whether you want to hear it or not." "Sit," Ron said. Harry sat. "You fought something today. In Hogsmeade." Harry stared. "How did you, Profits running a special edition. Eyewitness accounts, the works. Plus, you came back with blood on your face and you were cradling your arm like it was frozen. Ron's expression was calm, calmer than Harry expected. Hermione's upstairs trying not to come down here and interrogate you. I told her I'd handle it. Handle what? You. Ron took a sip of tea. Here's the thing, mate. You've got something going on that you can't tell us about. Fine. I've seen that look before. 4th year, you had a secret and you couldn't talk about it. 5th year, same thing. I was a prat about it both times, and I'm not going to be a prat about it now. Ron, shut up, I'm not done. Ron set down his tea. I don't need to know what's in the book. I don't need to understand the magic. What I need is for you to promise me 2 things. 1, when the fighting starts, and it will, because it always does with you, you'll let us fight beside you. Not protect us, not keep us safe, not send us away. Let us fight. Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. 2, don't become someone else. You're changing, I can see it, Hermione can see it, even Mum can see it. Your eyes are different, you move different, you feel different. I don't care about that. People change. But underneath it, you're still Harry. The bloke who shared his sandwiches on the train, who came back for Ginny in the chamber, who walked into the forest to die because it was the right thing to do. Stay him. Whatever else you become, stay him. The kitchen was very quiet. The clock ticked. Molly's cat purred somewhere in the shadows. I promise, Harry said. His voice was rough. Good. Ron picked up his tea again, took a long sip, and nodded. Now go to bed. You look like death warmed over. You have no idea how accurate that is. Ron snorted. I rarely do. Good night, Harry. Good night, Ron. Harry went upstairs. He didn't sleep, not yet, but he sat on his bed with the grimoire in his lap and he felt the warmth of Ron's loyalty like a fire in the room, and the cold in his left arm receded a little further. He opened the grimoire to the next section. Lily's handwriting greeted him. If you've made it this far, you've probably fought your first Echo Wraith. How'd it go? Don't answer that, I already know it was terrifying and messy and you probably bled all over everything. You have my constitution and your father's tendency to lead with his face. Good. You survived. Now let me tell you what you were really fighting. The Echo Wraith is not the threat. It's a symptom. A finger poked through a crack in a wall, testing whether the wall will hold. The Pale Court has been doing this for centuries, sending scouts through thin points, testing the membrane, looking for weakness. When the Master of Death is active, the scouts are destroyed immediately and the breaches heal. When the Master is absent, the scouts establish footholds. They feed. They grow. And they send back intelligence to the Sovereign. The Sovereign. I need to tell you about him now. His name was Ethon. He was born before Hogwarts was founded, before the Ministry existed, before the magical world had any of the structures you know. He was a wizard of extraordinary power, the kind of power that appears perhaps once every few centuries. And he was the Master of Death. Not the first. Not the greatest. But the one who changed everything. Ethon served as Master for 200 years. He maintained the boundary, repaired the thin spots, destroyed the things that tried to cross. He did this alone, because every previous Master had done it alone, and the tradition held that solitude was the price of the power. 2 centuries of standing guard. 2 centuries of watching everyone he loved grow old and die while he remained unchanged. 2 centuries of isolation. It broke him. Not all at once. Gradually, the way stone breaks under water, imperceptibly, inevitably. He began to question the boundary's purpose. Why should life and death be separate? Why should people suffer the agony of loss? Why should there be an ending at all? If the boundary came down, no one would ever die. No one would ever grieve. No one would ever stand alone in the dark, watching the world move on without them. He crossed the boundary. Not through it, into it. He stepped into the membrane itself and merged with it, and in doing so, he became something that was neither alive nor dead. Something that could exist on both sides simultaneously. Something with the power to tear the boundary apart from the inside. He built the pale court from the substance of the boundary itself, echo wraiths, shade captains, and worse things. He gathered the echoes of the dead and the fragments of the never alive and forged them into an army. And he began, slowly, patiently, to work. The boundary didn't fall immediately. It couldn't, the membrane is self-repairing, and even the sovereign's power isn't infinite. But he began to weaken it. Systematically, methodically, targeting the resonance points, grinding against the membrane the way a river grinds against rock. Every few centuries, the thinning comes, the celestial alignment that naturally reduces the boundary to its thinnest point. Each time, the sovereign pushes. Each time, a new master of death pushes back. And each time, the sovereign is a little stronger and the boundary is a little weaker, because the damage accumulates and the repairs are never quite perfect. The last master died in 1945. The sovereign has had 50 years of uncontested access to the boundary. 50 years of grinding. And the next thinning is coming. 7 weeks, Harry. You have 7 weeks. I'm sorry I keep saying that. But the clock is real and it's ticking and you need to feel the urgency the way I felt it when I first understood what was coming. The sovereign is not a dark lord. He's not Voldemort, seeking power for its own sake. He genuinely believes he's saving the world. He believes that death is the source of all suffering and that eliminating the boundary is an act of cosmic mercy. He is articulate, intelligent, patient, and almost persuasive. That's what makes him the most dangerous being I have ever encountered. You can fight a madman. You can fight a tyrant. How do you fight someone who sincerely wants to end all suffering? You fight him by understanding something he's forgotten, that suffering is the price of meaning. That endings are what make beginnings matter. That love is only love because it can be lost. The boundary isn't a wall, Harry. It's a heartbeat. Life, death. Life, death. The rhythm that makes existence possible. Stop the rhythm, and everything stops. Don't let him stop it. Harry read the passage twice more, then closed the grimoire. His hands were steady. His mind was clear. The cold in his arm had faded to nothing. He looked out the window at the night sky, clear, finally, the clouds of the past week broken apart to reveal an ocean of stars. Somewhere up there, beyond the visible, the boundary shimmered. And beyond the boundary, in the vast spaces between life and death, the sovereign waited. Ethan. A wizard who had watched everyone he loved die. Who had served alone for 2 centuries. Who had broken under the weight of isolation and decided to break everything else. Harry thought about Ron downstairs, loyal and stubborn and asking only to fight beside him. About Hermione, restless with questions she was trusting him to answer in his own time. About Daphne, sharp and steady and burning with the need to save her sister. About George, sleeping more peacefully tonight because Harry had sealed a wound he shouldn't have been able to see. He thought about Lily, her soul woven into the boundary, holding the door shut through 17 years of grinding pressure, waiting for her son to find the book she'd left him and begin to understand. And he thought about Ethan's mistake. 2 centuries alone. No connections. No anchors. Just the endless, isolating vigil of a man who thought the price of power was solitude. Harry looked at the grimoire. "Mum," he said quietly. "Did you figure out a way to do this without being alone?" The grimoire's pages ruffled in a breeze that had no source. They settled open to a passage Harry hadn't reached yet, one far deeper in the book, in a section he wasn't supposed to access for weeks. A single line, written in Lily's hand, with an asterisk and a margin note that read "You'll get here eventually," but you need to see this now, the Master of Death was never meant to stand alone. That's the lie that broke Ethan. The boundary doesn't need a prisoner. It needs a family. Harry stared at the words. Then he closed the book, pressed his palm flat against its warm leather cover, and exhaled. 7 weeks. A world to save. An army of the dead to fight. A god to dethrone. But not alone. He set the grimoire on his nightstand, lay down, and, for the first time in 6 months, slept. Really slept. Deeply, dreamlessly, humanly. When he woke in the morning, the sun was pouring through the window, and his eyes were green as new leaves, and he knew exactly what he needed to do. Chapter 3, The Weight of Crowns. Harry killed a man on a Tuesday. Not deliberately. Not with magic. He was practicing thread manipulation in the field behind Greengrass Manor, a sprawling acre of wild grass bordered by ancient oaks, when a crack of apparition split the morning air and a figure materialized 20 feet away with a wand already raised. Harry's body moved before his mind caught up. 3 months of war reflexes fused with 2 weeks of boundary training, and the result was something that existed in the space between instinct and intention. He shifted to the death frequency, felt the attacker's thread blazing hot with hostile intent, grabbed it with his boundary sense, and twisted. The man dropped. Not stunned, not bound, dropped, like a marionette with severed strings. His wand clattered against a stone. His body hit the grass with the boneless finality of something no longer occupied. Harry stood there, hands still extended, and felt the man's thread snap. Felt the tiny pulse of life energy transfer across the boundary. Felt the membrane absorb it the way soil absorbs rain. Harry. Daphne was running from the manor, wand drawn, robes streaming. She skidded to a halt beside him and looked down at the body. Then at Harry. Then at the body again. The man was middle-aged, heavy-set, wearing dark robes with no identifying marks. His face was frozen in an expression of shock. He'd expected to catch Harry off guard. He hadn't expected to die. "Who is he?" Harry asked. His voice sounded distant to his own ears. Daphne knelt and checked the man's robes with practiced efficiency. She found a wand holster, empty, the wand already on the ground, a coin purse, and a folded piece of parchment tucked into an inner pocket. She unfolded it. Mercenary contract. Unsigned, but the magical watermark is from a broker in Nocturne Alley. The target description, she read silently, her jaw tightening. Male, late teens, black hair, green eyes, distinctive forehead scar. Last known location, Greengrass Manor, Wiltshire. Someone hired a hitman. Someone hired a bad hitman. He operated directly into your practice space without reconnaissance, scouting, or backup. Daphne's voice was clinical, but her hands were shaking slightly as she refolded the parchment. This was either incredibly stupid or deliberately expendable. Harry looked at the dead man. His thread was gone, fully severed, the energy dissipated, nothing remaining but cooling flesh and an expression of permanent surprise. He'd killed before. In the battle, in the chaos, spells flying in every direction, he'd never been certain which of his curses had struck lethally and which had merely incapacitated. The fog of war had provided a convenient distance from the specifics. This was different. This was one person, in a quiet field, on a clear morning, and Harry had felt the exact moment life left his body. "I didn't mean to." The words came out flat. Factual. "I reacted." His thread, "I felt the hostile intent before he even raised his wand. I reached for it and your instincts did what they're supposed to do." Daphne stood and faced him. Her gray eyes were steady, and what he found in them was neither horror nor judgment. It was understanding. "Harry. He came here to kill you. He would have killed me too, if I'd been standing next to you. You defended yourself." "I didn't defend myself. Defense implies a choice. He looked at his hand. The hand that had twisted a man's thread and snuffed out his life the way you'd pinch a candle flame. The boundary magic. It's not like wand magic. There's no incantation, no spell, no moment where you choose to cast. It's direct. Thought to effect, with nothing in between. Which means you need to learn control. I had control. I've been practicing for 2 weeks. I can thread read from 100 yards, I can seal boundary wounds, I can unravel echo wraiths. But none of that involved a living person trying to kill me, and when the threat registered, he stopped. Breathed. There was no gap between perceiving the threat and ending it. None. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "The Grimoire. Does it address this?" "Probably. I haven't reached the combat sections yet." "Then tonight, you read them. Before you practice anything else, you read them." She looked at the body. "I'll handle this. I have contacts at the DMLE who owe my family favors. The mercenary angle will give them something to investigate. Someone hired this man, and the contract's magical watermark is traceable." "Not." Daphne's eyes sharpened. "You think so?" "The Prophet article after Hogsmeade. Nott's been pushing for investigation into unregistered dark magic. He can't move against me politically without evidence, so he sends someone to provoke me into a public display." Harry shook his head. "Except this wasn't public. And the mercenary wasn't good enough to actually threaten me. Which means, either Nott is stupider than he appears, or this was a test. Not to kill you. To see what you'd do." They looked at each other across the body of a dead man, and Harry felt the cold calculus of it settle into his bones. Someone was probing his defenses. Measuring his response. Learning what he was capable of. "I need to see your sister today," Harry said. "Before this escalates further." The shift in topic was abrupt, but Daphne followed it without missing a beat. She nodded. "After I deal with this. Give me 2 hours." She dealt with it in 90 minutes. Harry didn't ask how. He sat in the archive and read the combat sections of the Grimoire, and Lily's voice, wry, precise, unflinching, walked him through the thing he should have read before it mattered. Thread manipulation against a living target is not equivalent to using it against an echo wraith. Wraiths are constructs, they have no will, no self, no life of their own. Destroying one is like untying a knot. Manipulating a living person's thread is categorically different. Their thread is them, their life, their identity, their connection to existence. Pulling it can stun. Twisting it can incapacitate. Severing it kills. You need to understand this viscerally, Harry, not intellectually. The boundary doesn't distinguish between offense and defense. When you act on the death frequency, you are operating at the most fundamental level of existence, the line between being alive and being dead. There is no stunning spell equivalent. There are only degrees of harm, and the difference between unconsciousness and death is thinner than you want it to be. The control technique is called measured touch. It's exactly what it sounds like. You learn to interact with living threads at calibrated intensities. Brush a thread, disorientation. Press a thread, pain. Grip a thread, paralysis. Twist a thread, unconsciousness. Sever, you know what severing does. Practice on plants first. Then insects. Then animals. Then, if you absolutely must, on people who are trying to kill you. And even then, Harry, even when someone is actively trying to end your life, you grip or twist. You don't sever. Not unless there is literally no alternative. I know this sounds like hypocrisy coming from a woman who died performing a ritual that weaponized her own thread. It's not. I made my choice with full knowledge of what it meant. I need you to have that same knowledge before you face that same choice. Death is not the enemy. It's the boundary we're sworn to maintain. If we treat it carelessly, if we deal it out like pocket change, we become the very thing we're fighting against. Harry read the passage 3 times, memorized it, and began practicing measured touch on a potted fern in the archive. Brush, the leaves trembled. Press, they wilted. Grip, the stem stiffened, locked in paralysis. He held the grip for 10 seconds, then released. The fern recovered slowly, its threads re-establishing their rhythm, its leaves uncurling with the cautious relief of a thing that had been very close to ending. He did it again. And again. And again, until the calibration became instinctive, until he could feel the precise amount of pressure that would incapacitate without killing, the exact boundary between unconsciousness and death. By the time Daphne returned, his nose was bleeding freely and the fern was thoroughly traumatized, but he'd found the control he needed. He could touch a living thread without ending it. He hoped. Astoria Greengrass was 17, thin, and so pale that Harry could see the blue tracery of veins beneath her skin like rivers on a map. She lay in a sunlit bedroom on the manor's upper floor, propped against pillows embroidered with silver flowers, reading a book that she closed with careful deliberation when Harry and Daphne entered. "You're Harry Potter," she said. Her voice was light and clear, at odds with the fragility of her body. Her eyes, gray like Daphne's, but warmer, assessed him with frank curiosity. "Daphne's been talking about you." "Only professionally," Daphne said from the doorway. Her voice held a texture Harry hadn't heard before, softer, the edges filed down, the careful modulation of someone trying very hard not to show how much they were hurting. "She lies." Astoria smiled. It transformed her face, banished the pallor for a moment and replaced it with mischief. "She said your eyes do something strange." She was right. "They're very green." "Family trait," Harry said. He pulled a chair to the bedside and sat. "Your sister tells me you've been ill." "Ill is a generous word. Slowly disintegrating, is more accurate, though it lacks a certain poetry." Astoria's tone was light, but beneath the humor, Harry heard the steel. This was a girl who'd spent 8 years dying and had decided to do it with wit intact. "Do you mind if I look at something? It won't hurt. You might feel a slight oddness. Odder than the curse that's been eating my blood for nearly a decade?" "Go ahead." Harry activated his threshold sight. Astoria's thread was devastating to look at. Where a healthy thread rose from the core in a steady, luminous line, Astoria's was ravaged. The blood curse had wound itself around her thread like a parasitic vine, a dark, pulsing filament of wrong-colored energy that was systematically fraying the connection between her life force and the boundary. Every few seconds, a tiny mote of golden light detached from her thread and was consumed by the parasite. Each mote was a fraction of her vitality. Each one was gone forever. The curse itself was old. Much older than Astoria, older than the Greengrass family, possibly older than Hogwarts. It had the dense, calcified feel of something that had been accumulating for centuries, passed from generation to generation through the blood, dormant in some carriers, active in others. Astoria had drawn the short straw. But here was the crucial thing, the curse wasn't attacking her body. The healers who treated Astoria for 8 years had been looking at the wrong level of reality. They'd been treating physical symptoms, blood anomalies, organ dysfunction, cellular degradation, because those were the visible effects. But the cause was here, on the boundary frequency, a parasitic thread wrapped around her fundamental connection to life. "I can see it," Harry said quietly. Daphne, who had been standing motionless by the door, took a sharp breath. "The curse? It's not a curse in the way the healers think. It's a parasite. A thread-level parasite, something that attached to your family's bloodline generations ago and has been feeding on life energy ever since. It's dormant in most carriers. In Astoria, it's active. Can you remove it?" Daphne's voice was controlled, but Harry heard the tremor beneath it, the hairline fracture in her composure that she'd been holding together for 8 years. Harry studied the parasite. It was deeply embedded, its tendrils wound through Astoria's thread in complex patterns, intertwined with her life force in ways that made it difficult to distinguish parasite from host. Pulling it out by force would shred her thread. She'd be dead before the parasite was half removed. But there was another approach. The same principle as the echo wraith: find the keystone thread, the core of the parasite structure, and sever it. Without its core, the parasite's tendrils would lose coherence and dissolve, the way the wraith had dissolved when Harry cut the sovereign's puppet string. The problem was finding the core. The parasite was old and complex, its structure layered with centuries of accumulated growth. The keystone thread was buried deep. Not today, Harry said. But I can stabilize her. Stop the deterioration. Buy time while I figure out how to kill the parasite without damaging the host. Astoria had been watching his face throughout. Now she said, with the matter-of-fact directness of someone intimately familiar with her own mortality, "You're the first person who's ever looked at me and actually understood what's wrong. Everyone else, the healers, the specialists, the foreign experts, they all look at my blood and my organs and my skin. You looked at something underneath all of that. Your thread. Your connection to life itself." "Yes. That." She held his gaze. "Do what you need to do." Harry extended his boundary sense toward the parasite. Carefully, measured touch, not the raw grab he'd used on the mercenary. He found the active feeding points, the places where the parasite was currently consuming Astoria's life energy, and he cauterized them. One by one, with the same technique he'd used on George's wound, he sealed the openings through which her vitality was draining. It took 20 minutes. Astoria lay very still throughout, her hands gripping the bedsheets, her breathing steady and controlled. Daphne stood by the door and watched with an intensity that could have cut glass. When Harry finished, the parasite was still there, still wound through Astoria's thread, still present, still dangerous. But its feeding points were sealed. It was dormant now, alive but unable to consume. Like a snake with its mouth sewn shut. "Done," Harry said. He wiped his nose on his sleeve. Daphne's grandmother's handkerchief was in his other jacket, and blinked the threshold sight away. The headache was brutal, throbbing behind his eyes like a second heartbeat. "The parasite is dormant. It can't feed. Your symptoms should stabilize, maybe even improve slightly, as your body's natural healing processes catch up." "How long will the seal hold?" Daphne asked. "Months, at least. Possibly longer. The cauterization is boundary-level work, it's not something the parasite can easily undo." He looked at Astoria. "You'll feel different. Stronger. The constant drain has been sapping your energy for years, without it, you'll have vitality you haven't felt since childhood." Astoria was very still. Then she said, "I can already feel it." Her voice was strange, wondering, almost disbelieving. "The pulling. It's gone. There was always this, pulling, this weight, like something was dragging me down from inside. It stopped." Daphne made a sound. Not a word, a sound. Something between a breath and a sob, bitten off immediately. She turned away, facing the wall, one hand pressed hard over her mouth. Harry stood, quietly moved his chair back, and walked toward the door. Astoria called after him, "Harry." He stopped. "Thank you." 2 words. Carrying the weight of 8 years. "Don't thank me yet. The parasite's still there, I need to figure out how to kill it without hurting you. But the worst is over." He left the room and closed the door behind him, giving the sisters privacy. He made it 3 steps down the corridor before his legs gave out, and he slid down the wall to sit on the cold stone floor, head between his knees, nose dripping blood onto his jeans. The headache was a living thing. It pulsed and throbbed and sent bright spikes of pain through his temples with every heartbeat. He'd been using threshold sight continuously for nearly 30 minutes, far beyond what Lily's guidelines recommended, and the strain was catching up. But Astoria's thread was stable. The parasite was sealed. And Daphne's face, in that unguarded moment before she'd turned away, Harry pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes and breathed. Footsteps. Daphne, emerging from the bedroom, closing the door softly behind her. She looked down at him on the floor, bloody, exhausted, slumped against the wall like a discarded rag doll, and for a long moment, said nothing. Then she sat down next to him. Close enough that their shoulders touched. She's sleeping, Daphne said. Naturally. First natural sleep in months, she usually needs potions. A pause. Her color's better already. Good. You look terrible. I'm aware. They sat in silence. The manor was quiet around them, old stone, old magic, the particular hush of a house that had been accumulating history for centuries. Harry became aware, gradually, that Daphne's shoulder against his was warm. That her breathing had steadied. That the tremor he'd felt in her composure had settled. I've been looking for a way to help her since I was 11, Daphne said. 7 years. Every text, every expert, every tradition I could access. I learned ancient languages to read untranslated manuscripts. I cultivated contacts in 6 countries. I spent my entire Hogwarts career studying magic that had nothing to do with the curriculum, because the curriculum couldn't save my sister. That's why you knew about threshold walking. That's why I knew about everything. Boundary magic, thread theory, the membrane, resonance points, I didn't find them through academic curiosity. I found them because I was tearing through every obscure magical tradition on Earth, looking for anything that described what was happening to Astoria. She exhaled. And then you walked into flourish and blots tracing a threshold walker's rune on your leg, and I thought, she stopped. You thought what? I thought, finally. She turned to look at him. Her eyes were red-rimmed but dry. 7 years, Harry. 7 years of searching. And you just, 20 minutes. You sat beside her bed for 20 minutes and did what an army of healers couldn't do in a decade. I sealed a wound. I didn't cure, you gave her time. You gave her hope. You gave me, she stopped again, pressed her lips together, and looked away. You gave me something I'd run out of. Harry didn't know what to say. So he said nothing, and they sat together against the cold stone wall, shoulders touching, breathing in sync, while the afternoon light moved slowly across the corridor floor. After a while, Daphne stood. She extended her hand. Harry took it, and she pulled him to his feet with surprising strength. Come on, she said. The archive. We have work to do, and you need to eat before you bleed out through your nose. You sound like my mum. Your mum sounds like a sensible woman. She paused. Was. Sounds like she was a sensible woman. Both, actually. She's still talking to me. Daphne absorbed this without the shock Harry expected. She simply nodded, as if communicating with one's dead mother through the metaphysical membrane separating life and death was an entirely reasonable thing to do, and led him downstairs. They ate. They worked. And the day burned toward something neither of them was ready for. The Wisengamot summons arrived by official ministry owl the next morning, delivered to the borough at breakfast with the kind of ostentatious formality that screamed political theater. Mr. Harry J. Potter is hereby summoned to appear before the Wisengamot in special session, convened at the request of Councillor Augustus Knott, to address matters of public safety relating to the unlicensed possession of Class 5 restricted dark artifacts and the unsanctioned use of unclassified magic in a public area, Hogsmeade Village, Ref. Incident Report 4471-B. Attendance is mandatory. Failure to appear will result in issuance of a warrant. Session date, November 21, 10 a.m. Harry read the summons, set it on the table, and continued eating his eggs. Well? Ron demanded. What does it say? Harry slid the parchment across the table. Ron read it and went red. Hermione read it over his shoulder and went white. He can't do this, Hermione said immediately. The Wisengamot doesn't have jurisdiction over family heirlooms, the Grimoire is protected under the Inheritance of Magical Property Act of 1402. And classifying it as a Class 5 artifact requires a formal assessment by the Department of Magical Artifacts, which hasn't been, Hermione. Harry looked at her calmly. I know. You know. Daphne briefed me on Wisengamot procedure 3 days ago. She anticipated something like this. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look. Daphne Greengrass? Ron said carefully. She's helping me. With the research. She has a family archive that makes the Hogwarts library look like a pamphlet rack, and she knows pureblood political protocols better than anyone. Since when do you, Ron began, then stopped himself. Harry watched his friend execute the internal calculation, the weighing of jealousy against trust, the old insecurity against the new maturity, and come out on the right side. Right. Okay. So we have a plan. We will by Thursday. Thursday was 2 days away. The session was in 4. Harry used every available hour. Daphne arrived at the Burrow that evening, the first time she'd visited, and her expression as she took in the chaotic, crooked, aggressively homey architecture was carefully neutral in a way that said everything. It's very structural, she said. It's held up by magic and stubbornness, Ron said from the doorway, arms crossed, evaluating the Slytherin in his family's home with the particular wariness of a Weasley confronted with a Greengrass. The stubbornness is mostly Mum's. Clearly effective. Daphne nodded to him with formal courtesy. Weasley. Greengrass. They studied each other for a moment, two people from opposite ends of the wizarding world's social spectrum, united only by their connection to Harry. Then Ron stepped aside and gestured her in, and whatever test had been occurring, she'd passed. They gathered in the kitchen, Harry, Daphne, Ron, and Hermione. Molly was visiting Arthur at the ministry. George was at the shop. The house was, for once, quiet. Harry laid out the situation. He told them about Nott, his political positioning, his push for artifact regulation, his probable connection to the hired mercenary. He told them about the Grimoire's legal status and the Wisengamot's rules regarding family magical property. And he told them what Daphne had identified as their best line of defense. The right of sanguine inheritance, Daphne said, unrolling a parchment covered in dense legal text. Pre-ministry law, never repealed, still technically binding. It states that magical artifacts, texts, and tools passed through blood inheritance are the exclusive property of the inheriting bloodline and cannot be confiscated, classified, or regulated by any governing body without the explicit consent of the blood heir. Hermione leaned forward, eyes scanning the text. This is from the Founder's era. The Wisengamot has passed hundreds of laws since then that could supersede, could, but haven't. That's the key. The right of sanguine inheritance has never been formally challenged or repealed. It's been ignored, forgotten, rendered effectively invisible by centuries of legislative accumulation, but it's still on the books. And more importantly, it was invoked successfully 3 times in the 18th century and twice in the 19th. There's precedent. Nott will argue that the Grimoire constitutes a threat to public safety, Harry said. That's his angle, the Hogsmeade incident, the unregistered dark magic, the narrative that I'm unstable and dangerous. Let him argue it. Daphne's voice was cool and precise. Public safety exceptions to the right of sanguine inheritance require proof of imminent threat, not speculation, not eyewitness accounts of strange magic, but documented evidence that the artifact in question poses a clear and present danger to the wizarding community. Nott doesn't have that evidence, because the Grimoire isn't dangerous. You're dangerous. The Grimoire is a book. Subtle distinction, Ron said. Politics is nothing but subtle distinctions. Daphne met Ron's gaze. Trust me. I was raised in this world. That's what worries me. Ron. Harry's voice was quiet, but it carried. Ron subsided. Hermione had been reading the legal text with the focused intensity of someone encountering a new branch of knowledge for the first time. This could work, she said slowly. The precedent is solid, the law is unambiguous, and Knott's case relies entirely on the public safety exception, which he can't substantiate. But this only protects the grimoire. It doesn't address the underlying political problem. Knott isn't really after the book, is he? He's after you. The grimoire is a pretext. Even if you win this session, he'll find another angle. Yes, Harry said. He will. So what's the long-term strategy? Harry looked at Daphne. Something passed between them, a shared understanding that had been building over 2 weeks of collaboration, the kind of unspoken communication that develops between people who've been working in close quarters on problems too large for small talk. We win this battle, Daphne said. Decisively. Publicly. We make Knott look foolish, overreaching, politically motivated. We undermine his credibility so thoroughly that anything he does next is viewed through the lens of this failure. And if that doesn't stop him, then we find out who's really pulling his strings. Harry leaned back in his chair. Knott's a Death Eater who escaped justice through money and connections. But this, he tapped the summons. This isn't Death Eater behavior. Death Eaters use violence and intimidation. This is sophisticated political maneuvering. Someone is coaching him. He didn't say the Pale Court. Not yet. He hadn't told Ron and Hermione about the Sovereign, the thinning, the boundary, the full scope of what was coming. He would. Soon. But not until after the Wisengamot session, when the political threat was neutralized and he could explain without the distraction of an impending legal battle. They prepared for 2 days. Daphne coached Harry on Wisengamot protocol, how to address the council, how to invoke the right of sanguine inheritance, how to handle hostile questioning without losing his temper. Hermione researched supporting case law with the ferocity of someone who'd been given a new library to devour. Ron, surprisingly, contributed the most practical insight. Don't argue with Knott, he said, the evening before the session. They were in the garden, and Ron was watching Harry practice measured touch on a row of garden gnomes. That's what he wants. He wants you angry, defensive, reactive. The audience is the Wisengamot, not Knott. Ignore him. Talk to them. Since when are you a political strategist? Since I spent 6 months watching my dad navigate ministry politics while rebuilding a department. You pick things up. Ron paused, watching a gnome stiffen under Harry's boundary touch and then relax when he released it. Also, the gnome thing is deeply unsettling. Noted. The morning of the session, Harry dressed carefully, not in formal robes, but in clean, well-fitted clothes that said I take this seriously but I'm not performing for you. Daphne had advised formal robes. Harry had overruled her. They want the boy who lived to show up in costume and play his part, he said. I'm going to show up as Harry Potter and remind them that I don't play parts. Daphne had looked at him for a long moment, then nodded with something that might have been approval. Your funeral. Let's hope not. The Wisengamot chamber was a vast, circular room deep in the ministry's bowels, tiered stone benches arranged in concentric rings, a raised dais for the chief warlock, and a central floor where the summon party stood. It was designed to intimidate. The benches rose high above the central floor, forcing the speaker to crane their neck, the acoustics amplified every whisper and murmur, and the torchlight was calibrated to leave the speaker fully illuminated while the council members sat in comfortable shadow. Harry walked to the center of the floor and stood. He didn't fidget. He didn't scan the benches nervously. He planted his feet and waited. The chamber was packed. Word had leaked, it always did, and half the wizarding press was crammed into the gallery above, quick quotes quills scratching frantically. Harry could feel the weight of their attention like a physical force. Kingsley Shacklebolt presided from the chief warlock's seat, his expression carefully neutral. Harry caught his eye and received the faintest nod, not encouragement, exactly, but acknowledgement. I'm here. I'm watching. Don't make me regret it. Augustus Knott sat in the front row of the council benches, positioned directly above Harry with the kind of geometric precision that suggested he'd chosen his seat for maximum psychological impact. He was dressed in immaculate charcoal robes, his silver hair swept back, his expression one of calm, reasonable concern. "This special session is called to order," Kingsley's voice rang through the chamber. "Councillor Knott, you have the floor." Knott stood. He moved to the front of his bench and addressed the chamber with the practiced ease of a man who'd spent decades cultivating the art of sounding more reasonable than he was. "Distinguished members of the Wisengamot, I come before you today not as an adversary of Mr. Potter, whose service to our community is beyond question, but as a concerned citizen. 2 weeks ago, an incident occurred in Hogsmeade Village that defies conventional magical explanation. An entity of unknown origin attacked the village center. Mr. Potter was present and intervened, heroically, I have no doubt. But the magic he employed was unlike anything documented in our records. Eyewitnesses described techniques that bore no resemblance to standard spellcraft." He paused. Adjusted his robes. Let the silence work for him. "Following this incident, our investigators identified a boundary disturbance originating from a previously unknown chamber in the Potter family vault at Gringotts. The artifact responsible for this disturbance, a text of unknown provenance and unclassified magical properties, was removed from the vault by Mr. Potter without any notification to the Department of Magical Artifacts." Another pause. His tone shifted, still reasonable, but with an edge of steel beneath the silk. "I have the deepest respect for Mr. Potter. We all do. But respect does not exempt anyone from the law. The artifact must be assessed, classified, and, if appropriate, regulated under existing statutes. This is not persecution. It is procedure." He sat. The chamber murmured. Kingsley turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, you may respond." Harry looked up at the tiered benches. He felt the chamber's weight, the history, the authority, the hundreds of eyes watching. He felt, too, the boundary shimmering at the edges of his perception, the gossamer membrane that these people couldn't see and wouldn't believe in. He didn't look at Knott. He looked at the council. "The artifact in question is a grimoire written by my mother, Lily Potter, and placed in my family's vault for my inheritance. It was sealed behind wards keyed specifically to my magical signature and blood. No one else can open the chamber. No one else can read the contents. It is, in every legal and magical sense, a personal family heirloom." Mr. Potter, Knott began. "I invoke the right of sanguine inheritance." The chamber went quiet. Not the gradual hush of fading conversation, the instant, crystalline silence of a room full of people who just heard something they didn't expect. Harry continued, his voice steady. "Under preministry law, never repealed, still binding, magical artifacts passed through blood inheritance are the exclusive property of the inheriting bloodline. They cannot be confiscated, classified, or regulated by any governing body without the explicit consent of the blood heir. I do not give my consent." Knott's face was a study in controlled fury. "That law is centuries out of date. The Wisengamot has since established, the right of sanguine inheritance has never been repealed," Harry said. "It was invoked successfully in 1743, 1768, 1789, 1834, and 1851. In each case, the Wisengamot upheld the right over more recent legislation. The precedent is unambiguous." He could feel Hermione's influence in his own words, the precision, the specificity, the marshalling of facts like soldiers. But the delivery was his, calm, direct, and carrying the quiet authority of someone who had faced death and found it manageable. "Furthermore," Harry continued, "the public safety exception that Councillor Knott is relying on requires proof of imminent threat from the artifact itself. The Hogsmeade incident was caused by an external entity, not by the grimoire. The grimoire is a text. It contains knowledge. Knowledge is not a weapon. It is not a threat. And it is not the Wisengamots to control." Silence. Knott opened his mouth, closed it, regrouped. The magic Mr. Potter performed in Hogsmeade was defensive. I neutralized a threat to civilian lives using techniques I learned from my mother's writings. If the Wisengamot wishes to classify self-defense as criminal behavior, I suggest the Council consider the precedent that sets for every witch and wizard in Britain. A ripple of murmured agreement from the benches. Harry saw several council members nodding, not enthusiastically, but with the reluctant acknowledgement of people who recognized a sound argument when they heard one. Not tried one more angle. The Department of Mysteries has registered concerns about boundary disturbances originating from. Has the Department of Mysteries filed a formal complaint? Harry asked. He looked directly at a section of the gallery where he'd spotted a thin figure in charcoal robes, Elara Voss, watching the proceedings with her dark, unreadable eyes. A pause. Whispered consultations. A clerk checked records. No formal complaint has been filed, Kingsley confirmed. Then the department's concerns are hearsay, and Councillor Knott is presenting them without authorization. Harry let that land. I don't question Councillor Knott's intentions. I question his evidence. He has none. The grimoire is my family's property, protected by unambiguous law and centuries of precedent. This session has no grounds to continue. The vote was 47-12 in Harry's favor. The motion to confiscate the grimoire was defeated. The session was adjourned. Harry walked out of the chamber into a corridor full of reporters and didn't stop moving. Ron and Hermione flanked him, Ron running interference on the left, Hermione on the right, and they made it to the lifts before the press caught up. That was brilliant, Ron said, grinning. The look on Knott's face when you invoked the, what was it? Right of sanguine inheritance. It was Daphne's idea. Remind me to thank her. Ron paused. Actually, don't. She scares me. In the lift, Hermione was quiet. Harry glanced at her. What? Knott won't stop, she said. You humiliated him publicly. Men like him don't forgive that. I know. And Harry, the magic you used in Hogsmeade. The Wisengamot accepted your self-defense argument today, but the next time you use boundary magic in public, they might not. Knott will make sure of that. I know that too. The lift doors opened. Harry stepped out into the ministry atrium and almost collided with Elara Voss. She was leaning against the wall beside the lift, arms crossed, as if she'd been waiting. In the ministry's bright atrium light, she looked worse than she had at the leaky cauldron, thinner, darker circles under her eyes, the tremor in her left hand more pronounced. Nicely handled, she said. The sanguine inheritance gambit was clever. Who coached you? Greengrass? What do you want, Voss? A conversation. Without your bodyguards. She glanced at Ron and Hermione. No offense. Plenty taken, Ron said. Harry looked at his friends. Give us a minute. Ron opened his mouth to argue. Hermione touched his arm, and he subsided. They moved to a bench 20 feet away, close enough to intervene, far enough for privacy. Elara pushed off the wall and faced Harry. I didn't file a complaint with the Wisengamot. I noticed. Knott approached me 3 days ago. Asked me to provide official Department of Mysteries testimony supporting his motion. I declined. Why? Because Knott is a cockroach who escaped Azkaban through bribery, and I don't let cockroaches use my department for their political games. Her voice was crisp, precise, and carried the particular contempt of a professional for an amateur. Also, because the boundary disturbance from your vault has been the most significant development in my research in 15 years, and I'm not going to help anyone shut it down. That's pragmatic. I'm a pragmatic person. She uncrossed her arms. Potter, Harry. The veil is changing. Since the night you activated whatever you activated, the veil has been behaving in ways I've never seen. It's more active. More responsive. And the voices, she caught herself. Controlled her expression. The readings are escalating. Something is happening to the boundary on a structural level, and I need to understand what. I know what's happening. Then tell me. Harry studied her. Her thread was as tangled as before, the obsessive loops, the dark tether stretching through the boundary to whatever was on the other side. But there was something else now, something he hadn't noticed in the leaky cauldron. A fraying at the edges. The connection she maintained to the thing she thought was Marcus was draining her. Every day she held that tether, every night she stood before the veil and listened for her brother's voice, it cost her. She was burning through her own vitality to maintain a connection that might not lead where she thought it did. The boundary is weakening, Harry said. It's been weakening for 50 years, since the last guardian died. Something is accelerating the deterioration, a force on the other side, pushing against the membrane, trying to bring it down. In about 5 weeks, there's a celestial alignment called the thinning. When it hits, the boundary will be at its most vulnerable. If the force on the other side breaks through, the membrane collapses. Harry blinked. You know about the thinning. I know about the alignment. We've been tracking celestial boundary correlations for decades. The math has been pointing to a convergence event for years. I've written 3 classified reports about it that the ministry ignored. Bitterness crept into her voice. They filed them under speculative and increased funding for the Goblin Liaison Office instead. The force pushing against the boundary is called the Pale Court. They're led by a being called the Sovereign, an ancient wizard who merged with the boundary and is trying to collapse it entirely. Elara was quiet for a long moment. Her analytical mind was visibly processing, fitting Harry's information against 15 years of her own research. The voices through the veil, she said slowly. The increased spectral activity nationwide. The spontaneous and furious risings in the north. The boundary bleed events. All symptoms. The disease is the thinning, and the pale court is the pathogen. And you're the cure. I'm working on it. Another pause. Then Elara said, very carefully, the thing I hear through the veil. The voice I believe is my brother. Is it the pale court? Harry met her eyes. He owed her the truth. But the truth was that he didn't know, not for certain. The tether stretching from Elara's thread into the boundary could be a genuine connection to Marcus's spirit, preserved somehow in the space between worlds. Or it could be the pale court wearing a dead man's voice, using Elara's grief as a handle. I don't know yet, he said honestly. But I'm going to find out. Something shifted in Elara's expression, not trust, not quite, but the cautious recalibration of someone who had expected a lie and received honesty instead. I won't work against you, she said. That's not a promise of alliance, it's a statement of pragmatism. You're the only person I've met who can actually perceive the boundary, and if the thinning is real, I need you functional and free, not locked in a ministry cell on not trumped-up charges. And what do you want in return? When you find out about Marcus, when you know, one way or another, you tell me. No hedging, no softening. The truth. Deal. She nodded. Turned to leave. Stopped. Potter. The technique you used in Hogsmeade, the one that destroyed the entity. I've been studying boundary phenomena for 15 years. What you did should be impossible. My mother didn't think so. Your mother, Elara paused. Something crossed her face, wistfulness, maybe. Envy. She was the real thing, wasn't she? Not just talented. Not just brilliant. The genuine article. Yeah, Harry said quietly. She was. Elara left. Harry rejoined Ron and Hermione, and they returned to the burrow. The day's political battle was won, but the war was accelerating, and the thing pressing against the boundary grew stronger with every passing hour. 4 days later, the churchyard erupted. Harry felt it at 3 a.m, a detonation on the boundary frequency, sharp and violent, like a crack of thunder heard through the bones rather than the ears. He was out of bed and on his feet before the sensation fully registered, wand in one hand, grimoire in the other, heart hammering. Northumberland, his boundary sense told him. The churchyard. One of the 7 resonance points. Something had punched through the membrane with a force that dwarfed the Hogsmeade incursion. He operated without thinking, a snap of displaced air and he was standing in darkness on a hillside above a village he'd never visited, looking down at a scene that would have given Voldemort pause. The churchyard was alive with pale fire. Not fire exactly, boundary energy, raw and uncontained, pouring through a breach in the membrane like water through a shattered dam. It cascaded over the old stone walls, the crooked headstones, the ancient yew trees, and where it touched, the dead were rising. Not inferi, not the crude, reanimated corpses of dark magic. These were shades, translucent figures, luminous and confused, pulled from beyond the boundary by the force of the breach and deposited in the churchyard like fish swept onto shore by a wave. There were dozens of them. Men, women, children, figures in clothing spanning centuries, the dead of the churchyard, ripped from their rest and left blinking and bewildered among their own headstones. And in the center of the breach, standing among the shades like a king among supplicants, something that was not an echo wraith. It was tall, 8 feet, maybe 9, and humanoid in the way a statue is humanoid, the suggestion of a body without the softness of flesh. Its form was dense, opaque, none of the sickly translucence of the wraiths Harry had fought in Hogsmeade. It was armored in something that looked like crystallized shadow, and its face, it had a face, unlike the wraiths, was a mask of angular planes and hollow eyes that burned with a cold, intelligent light. A shade captain. The grimoire had described them, the pale quartz officers, entities with genuine intelligence and combat capability, capable of independent action and strategic thought. Where echo-wraiths were dogs sent to test a fence, shade captains were soldiers sent to hold a position. This one was holding the breach open. Harry could see its threads, dozens of them, extending from its body into the tear in the membrane, anchoring the breach, preventing the boundary from healing. As long as the shade captain stood, the breach would remain, and boundary energy would continue to pour through. 2 cracks of apparition behind him. Harry didn't turn, his boundary sense had already identified the arrivals. You felt it too, Daphne said, appearing at his left shoulder. She was wearing a dressing gown over pajamas, her hair loose, her wand drawn. She looked like she'd rolled out of bed and operated in the same motion. I've been monitoring the resonance points since Hogsmeade, Elara said, materializing on his right. She was fully dressed, Harry suspected she didn't sleep. Her wand was out and her instruments were already humming, taking readings. The breach is massive. 3 times the Hogsmeade incursion. And that thing at the center, shade captain. Pale court officer. It's holding the breach open. Can you close it? Not while that thing is anchoring it. I have to take it down first. Daphne surveyed the churchyard below. The shades, are they dangerous? Not to us. They're confused, not hostile. They're just dead people who've been pulled out of rest and don't understand why. They'll be visible to muggles. The village is small. If we move fast, the shade captain turned its head. Slowly, deliberately, like a predator scenting the wind. Its hollow eyes fixed on Harry across the distance, and Harry felt the weight of its attention like a blade pressing against his throat. It spoke. The voice was deep, resonant, and entirely wrong, too many harmonics, as if multiple voices were layered on top of each other, speaking in imperfect unison. The walker comes. The shade captain's head tilted. Your mother held the door for 17 years. She is tired, little master. Let her rest. Let the door open. The words were the sovereign's. Harry knew it instinctively, the shade captain was a mouthpiece, a puppet with its master's hand up its spine. But the voice carried weight, carried conviction, carried the terrible sincerity of someone who believed, absolutely, that they were offering mercy. My mother held the door because your master is trying to destroy the world, Harry said. He didn't shout. He didn't need to, his voice carried on the boundary frequency, cutting through the pale fire and the chaos and the darkness with a clarity that surprised even him. Destroy. The Shade Captain made a sound that might have been laughter. The Sovereign does not destroy. He completes. The boundary is a wound in reality, little master. He seeks only to heal it. We disagree. Then show me why. The Shade Captain attacked. It was fast, faster than anything Harry had fought. It crossed the distance between them in a blur of crystallized shadow, one arm extending into a blade of compressed boundary energy that screamed through the air. Harry threw himself sideways, and the blade passed through the space his torso had occupied and struck the hillside behind him. The ground screamed, cracked and blackened, the grass dying in a perfect line where the blade had passed, the soil itself going gray and lifeless. Move! Harry shouted. Daphne and Elara were already in motion, Daphne rolling left, coming up with her wand blazing, sending a volley of cutting curses at the captain, Elara going right, her unspeakable training evident in the fluid, economical way she fought, her spells sharp and targeted and completely useless. Standard magic bounced off the Shade Captain like rain off stone. Daphne's curses splashed against its armor without effect. Elara's more exotic attacks, containment fields, binding constructs, something that looked like weaponized arithmancy, were absorbed or deflected. The captain didn't even acknowledge their efforts. Its hollow eyes remained fixed on Harry. They cannot touch me, it said, almost gently. Only you, little master. Only the walker can fight on the threshold. It was right. Harry could feel it, the captain existed primarily on the boundary frequency, and standard wand magic operated on the life frequency. The two frequencies didn't interact. It was like trying to cut water with another stream of water. Harry shifted to the death frequency. The world changed, the pale fire became brighter, the shades became more vivid, and the Shade Captain's form resolved into terrifying clarity. He could see its threads now, dozens of thick, dark filaments, woven into a structure far more complex than the Echowraith. This wasn't a simple knot, it was a tapestry, an engineered construct of tremendous sophistication. And at its center, buried deep, the Sovereign's thread. The puppet string. Thicker here, more robust, reinforced with layers of protection. Harry reached for it with his boundary sense and met resistance. The captain's defenses activated, its threads shifting, rearranging, forming walls and barriers around the keystone thread. It was adaptive. It learned. The captain struck again. Harry dodged, barely, and the blade caught his left arm, the arm that still carried the ghost of Deathchill from the Hogsmeade Wraith. The cold was indescribable. Harry's arm went numb from shoulder to wrist, and he felt his own thread flinch violently, the boundary tissue recoiling from the contact. Harry. Daphne's voice, sharp with fear. He didn't respond. He was focused, entirely, completely focused, on the captain's structure. The defenses were good. The keystone thread was buried deep. But the captain had a weakness, its intelligence. It was smart enough to adapt, to learn, to anticipate, but that intelligence required energy. Every adaptive response diverted resources from the captain's offensive capability. If Harry could force it to adapt faster than it could sustain, he attacked. Not the keystone thread, the peripheral threads. He grabbed one and twisted it, and the captain shuddered. He grabbed another and pulled, and a section of the captain's armor flickered. He grabbed a third, a fourth, a fifth, pulling and twisting and tearing at the edges of the captain's structure, forcing it to adapt to multiple simultaneous attacks. The captain's responses accelerated. Its threads shifted and reformed with increasing speed, countering each of Harry's attacks, but the cost was visible. Its movements slowed. Its blade dimmed. The intelligent light in its hollow eyes flickered. Daphne! Harry shouted. The breach anchor, the threads connecting it to the tear in the boundary. Can you see them? Daphne's eyes were wide, she'd been watching the fight with the expression of someone witnessing a battle fought in a dimension she could only barely perceive. But she could perceive it, barely, at the edge of her nascent threshold sight. I see something. Threads. Dark ones. Running from its back cut them. Your wand won't work on the captain itself, but the anchor threads are partially in our frequency. Use a severing charm, the strongest you have. She didn't hesitate. She raised her wand, aimed at the anchor thread stretching from the captain's back to the breach, and cast. Defindo Maxima. The spell struck one of the anchor threads and sheared through it like a razor through silk. The captain staggered. The breach above the churchyard pulsed and contracted, just a fraction, but visible. Again. Daphne cut another thread. Another. Ilara, understanding the principle if not the mechanism, added her own cutting curses to the barrage. The captain roared, a sound that shook the headstones and sent the shades scattering, and tried to reform the severed threads, but Harry was relentless, tearing at its defenses, forcing it to choose between protecting its anchor and protecting its core. It chose its core. The anchor threads fell, one by one, under Daphne and Ilara's sustained assault. The breach began to close, the membrane healing, the pale fire dimming, the shades fading as they were gently pulled back across the boundary to their rest. The captain, freed from its anchor roll, turned its full attention to Harry. It was diminished, its armor cracked, its blade guttering, its hollow eyes dimmed, but it was still formidable, and it lunged with the desperation of a cornered predator. Harry met it head-on. Not with dodging, not with evasion, with direct confrontation. He planted his feet, extended both hands, and pushed against the captain's entire structure with his boundary sense. It was like pushing against a wall, immense resistance, immovable weight, but Harry pushed harder. He felt something inside himself give, not break, not crack, but open. A deeper level of the mantle activating, a reserve of power he hadn't known he had, and suddenly the captain's resistance crumbled. Harry's boundary sense plunged through the captain's defenses like a fist through glass and found the keystone thread, the sovereign's puppet string, thick and dark and pulsing with ancient power. He gripped it. The sovereign's presence flooded through the connection, vast, cold, patient, amused. Interesting, the sovereign's voice whispered through the thread. You're stronger than she was. At this stage, at least. Get out of my world, Harry said through gritted teeth. It was mine first, little master. And it will be mine again. Harry severed the thread. The shade captain came apart. Not the quiet dissolution of the echo wraith, this was violent, explosive, the captain's form detonating into a shockwave of boundary energy that knocked Harry off his feet and sent him tumbling across the dead grass. The breach above the churchyard slammed shut with a sound like a thunderclap, and the pale fire winked out, plunging the hillside into ordinary darkness. Harry lay on his back, staring at the sky. Stars. Clouds. The thin, gossamer shimmer of the boundary, already healing, already knitting itself together over the wound. His left arm was completely numb. His nose was bleeding from both nostrils. His head felt like someone had driven a spike through it. And something else, something he noticed only gradually, the way you notice a missing tooth by probing the gap with your tongue. He was cold. Not the localized death chill of wraith contact. This was deeper, more pervasive. A cold that had settled into his core, into his bones, into the place where his warmth lived. He could feel it displacing his body heat, pushing it outward, taking up residence in the space where comfort used to be. The Grimoire had warned about this. The cost of fighting on the boundary frequency, not just nosebleeds and headaches, but something more fundamental. Each time he reached deep into the death frequency, each time he grappled directly with the pale quartz power, the boundary seeped into him a little further. The cold was the boundary's fingerprint, pressed into his living tissue. He sat up. The churchyard was dark and silent. The shades were gone, returned to their rest, the breach sealed. The headstone stood crooked and undisturbed, as if nothing had happened. Daphne was kneeling beside him. He hadn't noticed her approach. Her hand was on his shoulder, warm, startlingly warm, the warmth registering against his new coldness like fire against ice. "You're freezing," she said. "Not a question. Side effect. Harry." Her voice was tight. "You're not just cold. I can feel your thread. It's dimmer than it was this morning." She was right. He could feel it too, his thread, the blazing root system that had been growing brighter every day since the vault, was fractionally diminished. Not damaged, not torn, dimmed, as if someone had turned down a lamp. The boundary fight had cost him something that wouldn't grow back on its own. Elara approached from the other side, her instruments still humming. "Breach is sealed. Boundary integrity at the Northumberland point is returning to baseline." She looked at Harry. "You look like death. Occupational hazard." The entity, the Shade Captain. It was different from the Hogsmeade Scout. Orders of magnitude. The Scouts are automated, no intelligence, no autonomy. The Captain was a tactical asset. It could think, adapt, learn. It was holding the breach deliberately, not just exploiting a weak point. Harry wiped blood from his face. "They're escalating. How much time do we have?" 5 weeks. Give or take. Elara absorbed this. "I'm going to need a much longer conversation. Soon." "Yeah." Daphne helped him stand. Her arm around his waist was practical, supporting his weight, but she didn't let go immediately. "You need the life energy treatment. The Grimoire's protocol, eating, music, touch. I need to contact my mum first. She needs to know about the Captain." "She needs to know," Daphne agreed. "But you need to not collapse first. Priorities." She was right. Harry let her lead him away from the churchyard, down the hillside, into the shadow of an old stone wall where the wind didn't reach. Elara followed, keeping her distance, watching them with an expression that mixed professional interest with something more personal, something wistful and lonely. They apparat to Greengrass Manor. Elara went her own way with a curt nod. Daphne installed Harry in the archive with a blanket, a cup of tea that was more whiskey than tea, and a plate of scones that her house elf produced at 3:30 in the morning without complaint. "Eat," she said. "You keep telling you to eat." "Yes. Because you keep not eating. It's a cycle. Eat." Harry ate. The scones were still extraordinary, flaky, buttery, warm, and the tea whiskey burned a path to his stomach that brought a ghost of warmth back to his core. The cold retreated slightly. His thread steadied. Daphne sat across from him at the reading table, watching him with an intensity that had nothing to do with research. "The thing in the churchyard," she said. "It talked about your mother. The Sovereign's words. Speaking through the Captain." Harry set down his teacup. "He wants me to stop. To let the boundary fall. He says my mother has been holding the door shut for 17 years and she's tired." "Is she?" Harry thought about Lily's voice through the boundary, the warmth of it, the strength, but also the strain. The way it faded faster each time, like a signal losing power. "Yes," he said. "She is. Then you need to take her place. Taking her place means becoming what she is. A soul woven into the boundary. Not alive, not dead. Existing between worlds forever." Daphne was quiet for a long time. The archive was still around them, old books, old stone, the particular silence of a place that had been accumulating knowledge for centuries. "Your mother's grimoire," Daphne said carefully. "Does it describe a way to hold the boundary without that? There's a passage I haven't reached yet. Something about the mastery not requiring solitude. Something about needing a family, not a prisoner." "Then read it. It's in the advanced sections." "I'm not supposed to, Harry." Daphne leaned forward. "You just fought a Shade Captain and won. You've been training for 2 weeks and you're performing magic that your mother took 6 years to master. I think we can safely say the curriculum's pacing guidelines are no longer relevant. She had a point. Harry opened the grimoire and flipped past the sections he'd been working through, intermediate techniques, tactical applications, the long chapter on the Pale Court's hierarchy, to the pages near the end. The advanced material. The section was titled, in Lily's handwriting, The Mastery. What it is and what it costs. If you're reading this out of order, I'm going to assume it's because things have gotten urgent. That's fine. I wrote these sections to be readable independently, because I know my son, and I know he doesn't like waiting. Here's what the previous masters didn't understand. Here's what broke Ethan. Here's what almost broke me. The mastery is not a position. It's not a title. It's not a job you do alone in a dark room forever. The mastery is a relationship, between the master and the boundary, between the living and the dead, between the world as it is and the world as it could be. Every previous master treated the boundary as a wall that needed a guard. They stood alone, held the line, and eventually broke under the isolation. Ethan served for 2 centuries before the loneliness drove him mad. The master before him lasted 80 years. The one before that, 40. They broke because they were wrong. The boundary is not a wall. It's a membrane. It's alive. It maintains itself, it always has. The natural state of the boundary is stability. Left alone, it would hold forever. But it isn't left alone. The Pale Court is pushing. The sovereign is grinding. And the membrane, which is alive but not sentient, can't defend itself against a directed assault. It needs a guardian, but it doesn't need a prisoner. The difference is the anchor. A prisoner is trapped. Alone. Cut off from the living world, existing in the boundary itself, maintaining it through sheer force of will. That's what Ethan did. That's what I did. When I died, I wove myself into the membrane because I had no other choice and no time to find one. An anchor is different. An anchor maintains the boundary while remaining in the living world. Connected to it. Part of it. The anchor's power comes not from isolation but from connection, from the relationships, the loves, the bonds that tie them to life. Those bonds resonate with the boundary's own living frequency and strengthen it. The more deeply the anchor is connected to the living world, the stronger the boundary becomes. This is what Ethan never understood. This is what I figured out too late to use. The master of death doesn't need to sacrifice their humanity. They need to embrace it. But there's a catch. There's always a catch. To become the anchor, you have to complete the full ritual of mastery, a ritual that requires you to stand on the boundary, fully exposed, and let the death frequency pass through you completely. Every previous master who attempted this was consumed by it, overwhelmed by the vastness of death, by the weight of every ending that has ever occurred. They survived only by retreating into the boundary itself, becoming prisoners rather than anchors. The only way to withstand the death frequency without being consumed is to hold something stronger. Something that anchors you to the living side so powerfully that death can pass through you without taking you with it. I think you know what that something is, Harry. I've spent 6 years trying to quantify it, classify it, reduce it to a mechanism. I can't. It's not a mechanism. It's not a technique. It's not something you can practice or calibrate or control. It's love. Not abstract love. Not philosophical love. Specific, messy, imperfect, human love. The love of friends who die for you. The love of a partner who sees you clearly and stays anyway. The love of a mother who, the handwriting changed here. Became less precise. Shakier. As if Lily had been writing through something, emotion, or exhaustion, or both. I can't finish that sentence without being maudlin, and I refuse to be maudlin. You get the point. The anchor ritual requires connections. Real ones. People you love, people who love you, people whose threads are woven together with yours so tightly that death itself can't separate you. Find them, Harry. Hold on to them. And when the time comes, let them hold on to you. Harry closed the grimoire. His hands were steady. His eyes burned, but his hands were steady. He looked up at Daphne. She was watching him, and her expression, usually so controlled, so precisely calibrated, was open. Unguarded. She'd read his face while he read the grimoire, and whatever she'd seen there had stripped away her defenses. "What does it say?" she asked quietly. "That I don't have to become a prisoner." "Good. But I need," he stopped. Looked at the grimoire. Looked at her. "I need people. Connections. Anchors. The ritual requires bonds strong enough to hold me in the living world while death passes through me." Daphne held his gaze. "You have those." "I'm starting to." The words hung between them, charged, weighted, carrying more than their surface meaning. Daphne's cheeks colored slightly. She looked away, then back. "Don't read too much into that," she said. But she was almost smiling. "Wouldn't dream of it." Liar. The moment held. Then Daphne reached across the table and took his hand, his cold hand, the one that hadn't been warm since the Hogsmeade wraith, and held it. Her fingers were slim and strong, and her warmth seeped into his skin like sunlight through a window. "You're freezing," she said again. "Getting warmer," he said. She didn't let go. They sat like that, hands linked across the reading table, surrounded by ancient texts and boundary theory and the weight of an approaching apocalypse, and Harry felt something shift in his chest. Not the mantle, not the boundary. Something older. Something simpler. The specific, irreducible warmth of a human connection forming between two people who had every reason to be afraid and were choosing not to be. After a while, Daphne said, "We should contact your mother. Tell her about the captain." "Yeah. Can I be present?" Harry looked at her. At the gray eyes, steady and clear. At the hand holding his, warm against his cold. At the sharp, brilliant, fierce woman who'd walked into a battle against an entity from beyond death in her pajamas because he needed backup. "Yeah," he said. "You can be present." He activated his threshold sight, opened his boundary sense, and reached for Lily's echo. The connection formed more easily than ever before, a clear channel through the membrane, warm on his side, cool on hers. "Harry." Lily's voice, immediate and strained. "I felt it. The Northumberland breach. A captain, this time." "Yes. I destroyed it. Sealed the breach." "Good. That's, God, Harry, that's incredible. A captain, after 2 weeks of training. It took me months to, never mind. How bad is the damage?" "I'm cold. The deep kind." A pause. "The boundary seepage." "Yes. I was afraid of that. I've read the section on the anchor ritual." Another pause. Longer. "I told you not to skip ahead. Daphne told me the curriculum pacing was no longer relevant." "Daphne." "The Greengrass girl." Lily's voice warmed fractionally. "She's there. She's here." "Good." "Harry, the connection wavered." Lily's voice stretched thin, then snapped back. "I can't hold this much longer." "The captain, did it speak? The sovereign's words?" "Yes. He said you're tired. That I should let the door open." A sound that might have been a laugh. "He's not wrong about the tired part. But the door stays shut. Listen, the captain was a test, Harry. Not of the boundary. Of you. The sovereign wanted to see what you could do. He's been watching through his constructs, measuring your growth, calculating whether you'll be ready when the thinning comes." "Will I? At this rate?" "Yes. But the cost, the cold, the seepage, the dimming of your thread, it's cumulative. Every fight on the death frequency takes something from you that doesn't come back naturally. You need the anchor. You need the connections. The warmth has to come from outside you, because the boundary is eating yours from inside. I understand. Do you? Do you really? Lily's voice cracked, not with weakness but with intensity. Because here's what I couldn't write in the grimoire, Harry. Here's what I couldn't reduce to an exercise or a technique. The anchor ritual isn't about having people around you. It's about letting them in. Past the defenses, past the walls, past the part of you that learned to survive by keeping everyone at arm's length. You have to be known, Harry. Fully, completely, by people you trust with everything you are. If there's a gap, if there's a part of you that you're hiding, a truth you haven't shared, the death frequency will find it during the ritual and it will pour through like water through a crack. Harry said nothing. He was thinking about Ron, about Hermione, about the things he hadn't told them. The thinning. The sovereign. The full scope of what was coming. He'd been protecting them, or so he told himself. Keeping them safe by keeping them ignorant. But that wasn't the whole truth, was it? Part of him was keeping them out because letting them in meant being vulnerable. Meant admitting that he was afraid. Meant showing them the cold place inside him where the boundary was eating away at his warmth, the place that grew a little larger after every fight. Let them in, Harry, Lily said softly. All the way. That's the only thing that will save you. The connection faded. Lily's presence withdrew into the boundary, gentle and gradual, like the tide going out. Harry sat in the silence. Daphne's hand was still in his, warm and real and present. You heard all that, he said. Yes. The part about letting people in. Yes. I need to tell Ron and Hermione. Everything. The thinning, the sovereign, all of it. Yes. Tonight. I'll come with you. If you want. Harry looked at her. At this woman who'd been a stranger 3 weeks ago and was now, what? An ally. A partner. Something more, something they hadn't named yet because naming it felt premature when the world was 5 weeks from ending. I want, he said. They went to the burrow. It was 4 a.m. Harry woke Ron and Hermione, brought them to the kitchen, and told them everything. He told them about the boundary. The membrane between life and death. The pale court. The sovereign. The thinning. He told them about Lily, the real Lily, the threshold walker, the master of death who died to seal the door and had been holding it shut for 17 years. He told them about the anchor ritual, about the connections he needed, about the cold eating away at his warmth. He held nothing back. For the first time since the vault, he let them all the way in. Ron was quiet throughout. Hermione asked questions, precise, probing, the questions of a mind that needed to understand before it could accept. Harry answered them all. When he finished, the kitchen was silent. Dawn was breaking outside the window. Molly's cat had wandered in and curled up on the warm spot near the hearth. Ron spoke first. 5 weeks. About that. And you need us. Not as backup. As anchors. Yes. Ron looked at Hermione. Something passed between them, the wordless communication of two people who'd been partners in every sense for years. Okay, Ron said. Simply. Completely. Okay. Mate, I walked into a forest full of acromantula for you in 2nd year. I wore a dress to the Yule Ball because I couldn't plan ahead. I ate a Horcrux's emotional abuse for months without breaking. You think the end of the world is going to scare me off? He paused. I mean, it does scare me. But not off. Hermione wiped her eyes. I have about 1,000 more questions. I know. And I'm going to need to read that grimoire. I know that too. I'll grant you access. And I want to meet your mother. The Echo, or whatever she is. Harry smiled. It was tired, strained, and entirely genuine. She'd like that. She'd like you. Hermione made the sound she always made when she was trying not to cry, a sharp, hiccuping breath through the nose. Good. Because I have questions for her too. Daphne had been sitting quietly at the end of the table, watching the reunion with an expression that was almost, soft. Ron glanced at her. You've been helping him. Yes. With the research. The political stuff. The fighting. Yes. Ron studied her for a long moment. Then he said, all right, Greengrass. You're in. I was already in. Yeah, but now you're officially in. There's a difference. He stood, yawned enormously, and looked at Harry. 5 weeks, you said? About that. Right. Going back to bed. World's not ending tonight. He paused at the kitchen door. Is it? Not tonight. Good. Wake me if that changes. He went upstairs. Hermione followed, squeezing Harry's shoulder as she passed. Then it was just Harry and Daphne in the warm kitchen, dawn light spilling through the windows, the cat purring by the hearth. You let them in, Daphne said. Yeah. How does it feel? Harry considered. The cold was still there, the deep, boundary-born cold that lived in his bones and wouldn't be banished by scones or whiskey. But it was smaller now. Contained. Pushed back by something warmer, something that came from the people in this crooked, impossible house and the fierce, sharp-edged woman sitting across from him. Warmer, he said. Daphne smiled. A real one. Small, private, just for him. Good. She stood, gathered her things, and walked to the door. Then she stopped, turned, crossed back to the table, leaned down, and kissed his cheek. Quick. Precise. Warm. Get some sleep, Harry. You look terrible. She was gone before he could respond. Harry sat in the kitchen. Touched his cheek where her lips had been. Felt the warmth of it spreading outward, pushing against the cold, not banishing it but balancing it, life against death, warmth against cold, the living world asserting itself against the dark. He went upstairs. He lay down. And for the second time since finding the grimoire, he slept. Outside, the boundary shimmered. The membrane between life and death flexed and rippled, thinner than yesterday, thinner than last week, the thinning approaching with the patient inevitability of a tide. 5 weeks. But Harry wasn't cold anymore. Not entirely. And in the space between life and death, pressed against the membrane she'd woven herself into, Lily Potter felt her son's warmth through the boundary and smiled. Chapter 4, Sovereignty of Shadows, 10,000 plus words primary conflict, escalating war/character revelation/romantic culmination opening, 3 weeks until the thinning. The boundary is failing visibly now. Ghosts at Hogwarts are becoming solid enough to touch. Inferi are rising in graveyards across Britain. People are hearing voices of dead loved ones, some comforting, some not. The wizarding world is panicking. The Ministry has no answers. Harry's preparation, he's deep in the grimoire's final sections now, the most advanced and dangerous magic. He's become something formidable. When he walks through Diagon Alley, people feel it, a change in pressure, a sense of something vast standing behind the young man with the green eyes. He's not arrogant about it, but he's stopped hiding. He trains with focus and ferocity, preparing for the ritual that will make him the master of death. Elara's betrayal and turn, Elara, still being fed information by the Pale Court, believing it's her brother communicating through the veil, attempts to steal the grimoire. She infiltrates wherever Harry is keeping it and they fight. It's a genuine, desperate battle between two skilled magical combatants. Harry wins, but during the fight, the entity pretending to be Elara's brother drops its mask for just a moment, and Elara sees the truth. She's been manipulated. Her brother isn't trapped behind the veil screaming for help, he's gone, truly gone, and the Pale Court was wearing his voice like a costume. She breaks down. Harry, instead of destroying her, shows her mercy and honesty. He shows her the Grimoire's passage about the Pale Court's methods. She becomes an ally, bitter, furious at herself, but genuine. Nott's endgame, Augustus Nott, now fully under Pale Court influence, though he believes he's acting independently to restore order, makes his move. He engineers a coup attempt within the ministry, not to seize power traditionally, but to activate an ancient ward system beneath the ministry that would suppress all death-adjacent magic in Britain. This would neutralize Harry's abilities and leave the boundary completely undefended during the thinning. Harry and his allies must stop him while also preparing for the Sovereign. The ministry infiltration, Harry, Daphne, Elara, and Ron and Hermione, who refuse to be left behind, despite not fully understanding the supernatural stakes, infiltrate the ministry. It's a heist-turn battle as Nott has hired mercenaries and has ministry loyalists on his side. This sequence showcases the full team, Ron's tactical thinking, Hermione's spellwork, Daphne's cunning, Elara's unspeakable knowledge, and Harry's overwhelming power used with precision and restraint. Nott is defeated, but in his final moments, the Pale Court's influence manifests physically, shadows pour from his eyes and mouth, and the Sovereign speaks through him directly for the first time. Harry hears the Sovereign's voice, calm, rational, almost kind. "I don't want to destroy your world, child. I want to complete it. Death is not an ending, it's a wall built by frightened gods. I am going to tear it down, and when I do, no mother will ever have to leave her son again." It's a devastating appeal, aimed directly at Harry's deepest wound. And for a moment, Harry wavers. Romantic culmination, after the ministry battle, Harry and Daphne have a scene of raw honesty. He tells her what becoming Master of Death actually means, existing between life and death, forever. She tells him that's the stupidest form of martyrdom she's ever heard and that they'll find another way. They argue. It becomes something else. The first kiss is born from frustration, relief, and the desperate urgency of running out of time. The Sovereign manifests, the chapter's climax, the Sovereign, tired of waiting, forces a premature breach. Not the full thinning, but a localized tear in the boundary. It happens at Godric's Hollow, poetic, deliberate, the Sovereign chose the location. The Sovereign steps through partially, not fully in the physical world, but enough to be seen. And he's terrifying, once human, now something like a god made of the accumulated weight of every death that ever occurred. Beautiful and horrible. He doesn't attack. He demonstrates, with a gesture, he brings the dead of Godric's Hollow back as shades. Including James Potter. Including the Potter's neighbors. He shows Harry what the merged world would look like, the dead and the living, together, forever. Harry has to fight not just the Sovereign's power but the temptation. He drives the Sovereign back, reseals the breach, but it nearly kills him. The Sovereign retreats, amused rather than defeated. The thinning comes in 6 days, little master. Your mother's seal will fail whether you take her place or not. The only question is what happens after. Closing, Harry, battered and exhausted, holds the grimoire. The last section is still unread. Lily wrote it on October 30th, 1981, the night before she died. He's been afraid to read it. Daphne sits beside him, not speaking, just present. He opens it. Chapter 5, The Living and the Dead, 10,000 plus words. Primary conflict, climactic final battle / philosophical confrontation / resolution. Opening, Lily's final entry. Written the night before she died, knowing what was coming. It's not a spell or a technique, it's a letter. To Harry. She tells him everything, why she pursued the power, what she found, what she became. She tells him about the Sovereign, that she met him once, in the Boundary, and that he was the most frightening and saddest being she'd ever encountered. She tells Harry the truth about her sacrifice. She embedded the Master of Death's mantle into his soul the night she died, key to activate when he experienced death and return. The killing curse in the forest didn't just destroy a Horcrux, it ignited Lily's gift. He's been the Master of Death in potential since he was 17. The grimoire was just the instruction manual. And then, the crucial revelation, the previous masters all made the same mistake, Harry. They thought being master of death meant standing between the worlds alone, forever. Ethan thought so, and it broke him. That's how he became the sovereign. But I found something they all missed. The mastery isn't meant to be carried by one person. It's meant to be anchored. Not in sacrifice. In connection. The boundary between life and death isn't a wall, sweetheart. It's a membrane. It's alive. And it doesn't need a prisoner to guard it. It needs someone who chooses to live fully and loves deeply enough to keep the two worlds in balance. You don't have to die for this, Harry. You have to live for it. Preparation. 6 days condense into a montage of furious preparation. Harry, now understanding the true nature of the mastery, prepares differently than anyone expected. He doesn't isolate himself. He connects, to Ron, Hermione, Daphne, Elara, to the people he loves and the world he's fighting for. Each connection strengthens the membrane rather than weakening him. Daphne helps him see what Lily meant, the boundary isn't a wall between enemies. It's the skin of a living thing. Life and death need each other. The master of death doesn't guard a prison, they maintain a symbiosis. The thinning begins, the celestial alignment occurs. The boundary becomes translucent. Across Britain and the world, the dead become visible. Most are peaceful, echoes watching the living with fondness or sorrow. But from the deep places, the pale court surges. Echo wraiths, shade captains, and worse, entities that have no human origin, things that evolved in the space between worlds. The final battle, 3 fronts, Hogwarts, Ron, Hermione, the DA, and the Order veterans defend Hogwarts, which is a nexus point. This battle is visceral and desperate, familiar characters fighting an unfamiliar enemy. The Department of Mysteries, Elara leads a team of unspeakables to defend the Veil, which is now a gaping wound. She uses everything she's learned, including techniques Harry taught her from the Grimoire. Her redemption arc completes here as she seals the Veil, not to rescue her brother, but to protect the living. She whispers goodbye to her brother as she does it. The boundary itself, Harry enters the space between worlds to confront the Sovereign directly. Daphne serves as his anchor, she remains in the physical world, maintaining a threshold connection that keeps Harry tethered to life. The confrontation with the Sovereign, the boundary between worlds is vast, strange, beautiful, and terrifying. Harry walks through a landscape made of memory and silence. He finds the Sovereign at the center of it all, at the place where Lily's seal is cracking. The Sovereign doesn't attack immediately. They talk. And the Sovereign is compelling. He shows Harry what he was, a young wizard named Ethan who watched everyone he loved die, who reached for the mastery out of desperation, who stood guard for centuries until the loneliness drove him mad. I was what you are about to become, the Sovereign says. Give it long enough, and you'll be what I am now. Harry's counterargument isn't philosophical, it's personal. He shows the Sovereign what Lily figured out. The mastery doesn't require isolation. Ethan was wrong, and every master before him was wrong. They all became prisoners because they thought the door needed a guard. But the boundary isn't a door. It's alive. It maintains itself, it always has. The Master of Death's role isn't to guard it. It's to heal it when it fractures and nurture the symbiosis between life and death. The Sovereign is shaken, not because Harry is more powerful, the Sovereign has centuries of accumulated strength, but because Harry is offering something Ethan never had, a way out. A release from the eternal vigil that broke him. The final fight, but the Sovereign can't accept it. He's been the Sovereign too long. The madness is too deep. He attacks, and the battle is cataclysmic. 2 masters of death fighting in the space between worlds. Reality shudders. Harry wins, not through superior power, but through Lily's greatest innovation. He uses his connections to the living world, channeled through Daphne's anchor, to draw on something the Sovereign has been cut off from for millennia, the vitality of genuine human life. Love, grief, joy, anger, all of it, raw and unfiltered. The sovereign, who has forgotten what life feels like, is overwhelmed by the sensation. In the end, Harry doesn't destroy the sovereign. He releases him. Ethan, for one final moment, remembers what it felt like to be human, to be alive. He weeps. And then he lets go. The pale court dissolves without its master. The incursions across the world cease. The boundary heals, stronger than before, maintained not by a prisoner but by a living connection. Aftermath, Harry returns to the physical world. He's changed, there's a gravity to him that will never fully lift, and he can still see the boundary, can still sense death. But he's alive. Fully, completely alive. Warm, for the first time since the churchyard battle. Resolutions, Daphne is at his side. Their relationship is established, not with grand declarations but with quiet certainty. She tells him his nose is bleeding and hands him a handkerchief. He tells her he loves her. She says, obviously. Now sit down before you fall over. Astoria's blood curse begins to heal. Harry uses his mastery to mend the fracture in the Greengrass bloodline. It's not instant, but it's working. Daphne cries for the first time in the story. Elara survives the Vale battle, scarred but at peace. She finally grieves her brother properly, not as a mission to complete, but as a loss to carry. The Ministry is reformed in the wake of Knott's corruption being exposed. The Department of Mysteries is restructured with new oversight. Ron and Hermione are shaken but solid. Ron tells Harry, "Mate, you're terrifying now, you know that?" Harry grins, "You should have seen the other bloke." Hermione demands to study the grimoire. Harry lets her. Some of it she can read. Much of it she can't, it only fully reveals itself to someone with the aptitude. She's frustrated. He's amused. Final scene, Harry returns to Godric's Hollow. He enters the ruined house for the first time since the war. He goes to the nursery, his nursery. He places the grimoire on the windowsill where Lily wrote its final entry. He stands there in the silence, and he feels her, not as an echo, not as a ghost, but as a presence in the boundary that will always be there, always watching, finally at rest. "Thanks, Mum," he says quietly. The wind stirs the curtains. The grimoire's pages flutter to the inscription, "For Harry, when you're ready." He was ready. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.